Newell Gas in Michigantown is sharing some of the great reasons to use propane. For example, did you know propane is an approved clean energy source under the Clean Air Act of 1990? Or that propane is incredibly efficient? It heats faster, saving on energy costs. And propane is green. It generates less greenhouse gas than electricity. At Newell Gas, they're your local propane experts for residential, farm, business, or small tank service. Visit newellgas.com or stop by Newell Gas today.
When it comes to keeping your car running right, trust the team that's got your back. Big O Tires. Located on State Road 39 in Lebanon, Big O does it all. Oil changes, alignments, tire rotations, brakes, and more. Whether you're prepping for a road trip or just tackling that overdue maintenance, the certified technicians at Big O Tires will get the job done right the first time. Check them out on Facebook for exclusive deals and updates. Next time your vehicle needs a little love, head over to Big O Tires in Lebanon and talk to manager Lauren and owner Alan. Big O Tires is the team you trust.
Hey, Culligan man! Hi, it's Lori from Culligan Water of Clinton and Boone County inviting you to come check out our many filtration systems.
Culligan Water of Clinton and Boone County, locally owned and operated.
Hey, Culligan man!
It's the sizzle of handcrafted pork burgers, the robust tang of Shoup's signature barbecue sauce. It's the delight of pulling apart tender, slow-cooked ribs, or the joy of sharing gourmet popcorn with loved ones. It's the taste of tradition. From Shoup's Family Kitchen to yours, it's the wholesome variety of Shoup's country foods. We believe you'll savor every bite. Explore our country store at State Road 39 south of Frankfort or visit us online at shoupscountry.com.
Membership with Solidarity Community Federal Credit Union is a whole lot easier with our new state-of-the-art ATM located just off State Road 28 by Jimmy John's. Find out more at solfcu.org. Solidarity Community Federal Credit Union. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
Solidarity Community.
Sam I Am Carpet Cleaners, they're not a new name in the business, they're the name in the business. They offer top-notch carpet and upholstery cleaning, deodorizing, and mold remediation for both commercial and residential spaces.
If your carpets need some help, give us a call at 765-327-8828. We're not just clean, we're the experts of clean.
Waiting and waiting to see a surgeon? Not at Witham Health Services. Our surgeons offer next-day appointments. They deliver a full range of surgery options and the latest minimally invasive options for shorter hospital stays and faster recoveries, so your life isn't kept on hold. Expert surgeons, express scheduling, close to you. Witham Health Services.
Planning a special event? 51 West is an elegant venue located in the heart of downtown Frankfort. From weddings and showers to graduation parties and corporate events, whatever you need, we have a space for you. Let us be a part of your life's special events. Find us on Facebook and online at 51west.net or call us at 650-WEST. 51 West, downtown elegance, unforgettable events.
Day & Genda Funeral Home is committed to putting family first. Our family will go above and beyond to love and care for your family with compassion and empathy. When loss comes into your life, come where you are loved like family. Day & Genda Funeral Home, putting family first.
Former WNBA star Katie Douglas Poe is now the owner of fitness franchises that help people get healthier and more active. And even though she comes from the world of elite athletics, Katie's favorite customers are the ones pursuing modest goals. We're proud to provide her with that same kind of personal support and individual attention to her finances, which is why, when it comes to her banking, Katie is a farmer. The Farmers Bank. Let's grow.
Arborwood by Shoups, the perfect location for any of life's unique moments. With beautifully manicured gardens, original 1920s architecture, and a variety of wedding and catering packages, Arborwood is sure to make your event a timeless experience. Go to arborwoodbyshoups.com to ensure your particular event is the event of a lifetime.
What started with a dream is now a heritage of philanthropy, and today the Community Foundation is helping donors make our communities a better place every day. With your support, we can do more. What do you want your legacy to be? Visit CF Howard, CF Clinton, or cfcarroll.org.
No matter the project, Stone Alley Hardware and Industrial Supply has the tools you need to get the job done. From power tools and fasteners to lubricants, safety equipment, and accessories, they've got the gear for every job. Trusted brands like Milwaukee, DeWalt, Makita, and more. Whether you're a contractor, farmer, mechanic, or DIYer, Stone Alley has what you need. Visit Stone Alley in-store on State Road 28 next to Circle Supply, or find them online at stonealleyinc.com. Get the job done right with Stone Alley.
Lanan's Furniture and Mattress, one of the oldest running furniture stores in Indiana, serving since 1946. While many things have come and gone since then, Lanan's, an official Lazy Boy dealer, is committed to ensuring quality is not just a goal, but a guarantee. Stop into 2 North Main Street in Frankfort and let the Lanan family help make your house a home with both the latest trends and timeless designs. Copper Electric Service LLC has over 30 years experience, licensed, bonded, and insured, serving Boone, Clinton, Carroll, Tippecanoe, White, and Montgomery counties. Residential jobs, both large and small. Electric car charging stations to landscape lighting. Visit copperelectricservicellc.com or call 765-379-5056.
Are you searching for a trusted local jeweler? Look no further. Visit Ellis Jewelers on the square in downtown Frankfort. From beautiful jewelry, watches, and clocks to jewelry cleaning, repair, custom design, and restyling, Ellis does it all. Engraving, appraisal, or evaluation, Ellis Jewelers is here to help.
Ellis Jewelers, where your love story begins.
Once the storms have come and gone, and it's time to put back the pieces, you might have lots of questions, but one of them shouldn't be who to turn to. Trust your roof to a contractor who cares, one who's part of an exclusive network of roofing professionals. Trust your roof to a member of the Owens Corning Independent Network of Roofing Contractors.
Ever wonder what it's like not to have a team behind you? Hello, Fletcher, Trey, Oscar, Coach. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. But luckily, with Braden Business Systems, you'll never have to worry about that. From expert IT support to printers that don't quit on you, Team Braden is always ready to back you up. I know what it means to count on your team. That's why I'm proud to be a part of Team Braden, a trusted partner for IT services, printers, and copiers. Contact Team Braden today and partner with us.
Welty Exteriors, a Frankfort, Indiana tradition for over 80 years. They're experts in both commercial and residential roofing and use only the best materials.
Call us today at 765-654-7231 or visit us online at weltyexteriors.com.
The Frankfort VFW is now smoke-free and open to the public. Stop in and take a chance for big money on one of the 5 new ETAB machines, or stop in for bingo Thursday nights. Find VFW Post 1110 on Facebook for more details on concerts, activities, and events. VFW Frankfort now smoke-free and open to the public, featuring 5 new ETAB machines.
At Wesley Manor, life is lived fully at your pace. Nestled on 83 scenic acres in Frankfort, Indiana, we offer independent living, assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing, all in one community. Wesley Manor. Peaceful living, vibrant life.
Marchand's Window Tinting in Antioch has been sticking it where the sun shines for years, featuring cutting-edge industry products, expert installation, and the lowest prices on window tint, no matter what you drive. Call 765-654-5073 to schedule your appointment, or stop out to 4015 South State Road 39 in Antioch. Your first place is home, your second place is work. Coca, located on the square in Frankfort, wants to be your third place. A place to relax alone or with friends. A place to recharge and take time for you. A place to enjoy fresh roasted coffee and just be. Come one, come all. Coca, 63 East Clinton Street, downtown Frankfort. Jerry's Body Shop has been fixing scratches, dings, and dents in Frankfort since 1969. However, Jerry's is more than a body shop. They specialize in auto repair as well. Technicians can tackle tune-ups, air conditioning, installation of alternators, timing belts, water and fuel pumps, as well as radiators and steering alignment. Jerry's Body Shop also has you covered for maintenance, oil changes, radiator flush and fills, fuel injector cleaning, air filters, belt and hose replacement, even tire rotation. Finally, Jerry's is the spot for body work, structural repair, bumper repair, body panel repair, rust repair, minor scratch removal, and auto glass replacement. Jerry's Body Shop also features 24-hour towing service. All technicians are ASE certified, and the front office makes working with your insurance company easy and stress-free. Find out more at jerrysbodyshop.biz or give them a call, 765-659-3319.
You know Chevrolet and GMC for their versatility, capability, and style. At Mann Chevrolet GMC, they'll help you find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. Financing made easy, expert service. Visit 1648 West US Highway 421 in Delphi or manchevy.com.
how proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, Prospect Hogs, Class 1A, Class 1B, make your way to the holding area. Prospect Hogs, make your way to the holding pens.
Hello, hello.
Yippee, yippee.
Awesome.
Go ahead and start us up.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Clinton County 4-H Fair Swine Show for 2026. Kyle Etherington being joined along with Melissa Miller. We appreciate you joining us, and we appreciate you joining us once again. Under 12 hours ago, we were in this very show arena, and we are back for what could prove to be one of the biggest swine shows, not just in the area, but one of the biggest swine shows in the entire state of Indiana, Melissa.
Oh, it can be. Yes, it can. I mean, we definitely give State Fair some competition. I think that's the biggest one in the state. But for county fair-wise, yeah, we're one of the biggest.
It starts our first of 2 days of swine. Today, we take a look at the Clinton County Swine Fair, and then tomorrow, of course, we're going to be broadcasting the Carroll County Swine Show, two of the biggest swine shows in the state of Indiana. And it looks like we are just about ready to go as they've had the national anthem. And we are ready for our Class 1A Prospect Hogs. These hogs are going to be under 220 pounds, and hopefully we will not have any runaways or any hogs getting away from their owners today.
Well, it's honestly, I'm not going to say we won't just because it is cooler this morning. Honestly, the weather is perfect this morning. Too bad we aren't going to be able to keep this, but this should be fun. We're going to have Class 1A prospects coming in with exhibitors Lauren Brown, Kendall Russell, Landon Kreider, Jillian Morse, also Mackenzie Julian, Lauradell Shepard, and Kaysen Skiles. Going to be our showman here in just a little bit. They're getting their pigs brought up, getting them ready to go. Of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding, helping us out with the swine show today. I'm going to be in and out because I'm going to turn it over to Kyle for about an hour because I'm going to go out and help Cindy with Party Line, and then I'll be back. But I have all faith in Kyle. He can handle it without a problem.
and I will make sure that I send the money order to your home address.
I take Venmo.
Venmo? Okay, I will do that as well, too. Love those old money orders.
Sure.
From CVS.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. It'll be interesting. We'll see how the judge calls the first couple of classes of prospects. That'll give us a little bit of a lead in on what he's looking for. The prospects, at one point in time, they used to just kick the smaller hogs out, but I love the fact that here at Clinton County they call it prospect. So these younger pigs that didn't quite make show weight, the kids still get to show them. I mean, it's crushing for a kid to bring an animal to a show and not be able to show it. So for these kids, it's perfect. And a lot of these animals, they are smaller. They're a little bit younger. They're more. They hold them for like State Fair and other shows that come later on in the season, in the show season. So this is a good way for them to see whether or not they've picked something that judges are going to be interested in down the road as their animals grow.
Yeah, it looks like we are just about ready to go. We've already had the national anthem sung, and
yeah, how cool is it that we have our master or our supreme showman from last year, 2025, Grayson Stevens, who also won on the national level at a livestock show. She actually had to send her a video of her singing the national anthem. And I believe the video came from a ball game that they submitted, and she won on the national level. So how cool is it that we get to have her every morning?
Waking us up with a bit of patriotism to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. So Grayson, I'm hoping as of right now, we're planning on Grayson helping us broadcast the Supreme tomorrow night. And she's like the rest of us, between celebrating wins and singing. Everybody's voices are, starting the dirt and the dust from the show arena is starting to work on everybody.
The head also hits the pillow a little bit harder, but the pillow feels a little bit softer.
Yeah.
After a day at the fair, and as warm as it was yesterday, that's about how hot it's going to be today. I think they said that heat indexes could get well into the 90s, maybe even hit the triple digits mark. So
yeah,
make sure that if you are indoors, stay as cool as possible, stay as hydrated as possible wherever you are. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
We have our first exhibitors of the day coming in to the ring. I love the fact that they bring their pigs up, they get them into the pens, so that way they can make sure they have all the exhibitors up here before they bring them into the ring for the judge to take a look at.
Yeah, we've got several different breeds of prospect hogs. And Melissa, they've also got some numbers to the right of the breeds of the hogs in the program. Now, I know Lauren Brown's hog is not 83-5 on the season. So for a city person like, yours truly.
That's its ear tag notch.
Ear tag notch.
That is its ID. So that is the notches in their ears. And believe me, I can't explain it very well, but they do have notches in their ears. One ear is for the...
All right, Swine exhibitors, the show is officially started. Class 1A is in the ring. 1B, start making your way to the holding pens. Class 1B, prospect hogs, make your way to the holding pens. Class 2, first class of Berkshire Gilts, be on the ready and start making your way as well.
I'll guarantee somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're standing behind the, I'm trying to remember, or if you're standing behind the pig or if you're looking at the pig. One ear is the litter number, and the other is the number pig in the litter.
Gotcha. So if they
I'm
get
gonna
loose.
I'm going to say that Lauren's, since it's 83-5, that it was litter number 83. So in other words, they raised several hogs.
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah.
So litter number 83, and that her pig was the 5th pig out of that litter.
Well, I was going to say 83-5. She's having a heck of a season. That's a pretty long season.
Yeah, well, I don't think I would ever have heard anything. We definitely would have heard Guinness World Book of Records if a pig had delivered 83 pigs. So yeah, that's litter number 83 and piglet number 5 out of that litter.
Yeah, I was going to say coming
But
in
don't
today.
ask me which ear it's in, because I can't remember if they're looking at you or if you're behind them when you're reading ear notches. I used to be able to do all that stuff, and it's been way too many years.
Well, I was going to say Kason Skiles looking to improve his record at 5-11, but as you said, that's the ear tag.
Yeah.
Kason Skiles with a Hampshire, Lordell Shepherd with a crossbred, Mackenzie Julian with a crossbred, Jillian Morris with a crossbred, Landon Kreider with a Berkshire, and Kendall Russell and Lauren Brown, each with crossbreds of their own.
And again, all these pigs weighing under 220. They're youngins.
Well, good morning. How's everybody doing today? That's pretty average. How's everybody doing over here? Over here? Better? Peanut gallery in the back? How about over here?
Waiting for the coffee to kick in, my man. Waiting for the
We're
coffee.
going to work on that today. We will get better. I know it's warm. We're going to move quickly today. But it's certainly a pleasure to be in Clinton County, America, and get to judge a very good pig show. I'm excited to work with your kids. And we got a very good class to get us going. And it really questions an evaluator's place in terms of where they're going to put priorities, where they're going to put some things together. And you got hogs that are maybe at different endpoints and different places and where they want to be. And I don't think there's a wrong decision. There's one that's just more my speed, and that's the young lady's belted bear here in front of me. That bear is going to go ahead and win this particular class. That view from the side, that hog is considerably better in the way that he's constructed. Up front in his shoulder, his front foot path is better. The way he places his front knee to the surface is better. And then the way he's designed out of his hind leg is more ideal from my perspective. The way he sets from his hooks back to his pins, the way he can travel off his hind leg is just more ideal. And I think you got to question where you're at here relative to size, and you're in a prospect particular division. If you want to call him flatter bodied, narrower pinned, and not as ready today, I can get behind that statement. But for me, he's just more my speed. Now the Blue Bear, unfortunately, just looks a little bit more like me, after Thanksgiving dinner. He's just a little puffy everywhere. He needs to go better off both ends for me. His front foot path is closed. He's a softer footed hog that wants to kind of duck and tuck his hind leg. He just gets a little, out of balance because he's so big backed and so stout and burly. I need to stouten his lower jaw slightly. But, man, that thing is rolled up, fat-backed, and big-bootied when you get in behind him. I think a hog that has a lot of value, just for me as a preference standpoint, between those two, especially at this particular weight. But, man, I think a lot of quality in that particular pair. We get into the third place gilt. I talked to the rest of these down here. We can start kind of letting them go. Talk to each one of these. I want to stouten this gilt up, make her just more elite everywhere, make her give her a shot more rib cage as well. The blue gilts, the pair of blues there, need to have more roll and more body. Then the Burke and the belt on the end need to have more feature and be better balanced from the side. But a good class to get us going. Put your hands together for those kids.
Results of Class 1A prospects. First goes to Mackenzie Julian. Second to Lauren Brown. Third to Lauradell Shepard. Fourth to Jillian Morris. Fifth, Kendall Russell. Sixth goes to Landon Kreider. And seventh to Carson Skiles. That brings us to Class 1B. Prospect Hogs will have our champion drive. So Class 2, Berkshire Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. Class 2, Berkshire Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. And Class 3, Berkshire Gilts, be on the ready.
Talking about wanting to make them a little more roly-poly and a little bit more even from the backside to the front side. It sounds about like what they're not telling me whenever I go in for leg day on Wednesdays, Melissa. So got Class 1B coming in to the show arena. Mackenzie Trent with her Berkshire. Kason Skiles with his Spot. Wesley Wainscott, Hampshire. Mackenzie Julian, Hereford. Hayden Skiles and Kendall Russell on the docket with a crossbred. After this class, we will have the champion and reserve prospect hog. And then we will get into the meat of the show, for lack of a better term. First will be the Gilt Show. Those have several classes, so that'll be a relative majority of the time, but we'll get to the individual breeds as we go along. And then, of course, we've got the Barrow Show. And the Barrow will be Class 30 through Class 49. And then we'll have the Grand and Reserve Champion Gilts, then Grand and Reserve Champion Barrow. And then we will have my personal favorite with Showmanship. Remember, at the end for Showmanship, you've got beginners, juniors, intermediate, senior, and master. Once again, we'd like to welcome you in once again to HoosierlandTV.com. And it looks like our judge is ready to make his comments known.
We get out here in our second class, and an absolute hammer of a Hereford Barra to go ahead and win this particular class. And for that particular breed and where he's good in his front shoulder and in his chest when he comes at you for that breed, and we've got those. Now, the naysayers could say that we need to, tidy him up there in his hock, and I can certainly appreciate that, and I think that needs to be observed as you get him, into his fighting weights. But at the same time, for that particular breed and where he's good, he's absolutely elite. The young lady's blue gilt there that comes next, I think, is one that's has upside potential. I need to stouten her jaw, push her shoulder back, and reconstruct the way she's built there in her front foot. I want to bring her back in there out of her hock. And I thought the fight was between second and third. Young man's Hampshire appearing Barra, very good from the side. Now, if you want to change that one, I can understand it. This particular Barra still needs to be a little taller fronted, and I want to see how much scale he's going to have long term. The Barra that comes out next needs to have more just true meat animal shape and muscle. The Berkshire need to balance him better and just open up the spotted hog that rounds us out. But a nice class. Put your hands together for those kids.
Results of Class 1B Prospect Hogs. First goes to Mackenzie Julian. Second, Kendall Russell. Third to Wesley Wainscott. Fourth to Hayden Skyle. Fifth to Mackenzie Trent. And sixth to Kason Skiles. That brings us to our champion prospect drive. Class 2, Berkshire Gilts come to the holding pens. Class 3, Berkshire Gilts, start making your way to the holding pens as well. Class 2-3 Berkshire Gilts, make your way to the holding pens.
All right. The prospects are done. We are in the process of heading towards our purebreds as soon as we're...
Yep, as soon as we crown our champion and reserve prospect hogs.
Yep.
All under 220 pounds.
Well, and obviously,
just some youngins.
Mackenzie has done a really good job of choosing her pigs, because Mackenzie has both first place pigs going for champion right now.
Out here for your champion prospect, I think you've got 3 that can come to play, and where they sit. You know, and I'll be the first to admit, our champion, when we get him to a big show, if he, you know, you can say, hey, you know, does he have enough punch when we get to, you know, the big leagues at 270 or 280? I don't know. But he looks like a pig that can get there. I love that thing's balance. He looks like one that I would draw in math class from the side. The way that he's constructed is absolutely next level. He'll be your champion for sure, in my opinion. I think the debate there is, you know, we need to adjust the way their hip and hock work between our reserve. And for me, there's one that's just a notch stouter. He's a notch more comfy out back. Young lady's blue's going to be reserve.
All right, so both champion and reserve come from that first class of prospects.
Congratulations, your champion prospect hog goes to Mackenzie Julian, and your reserve champion to Lauren Brown. That brings us to Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. Class 3 Berkshire Gilts, make your way to the holding pens, and Chester Gilts, be on the ready in the barn. Also, I've been told to remind first-year 4-H members with these hogs, first-year members with hogs, do not leave after you show today. You will have a presentation during the grand drives. First-year members, stay for the grand drives. You will have a presentation.
Coming into the ring, our first class of Berkshire Gilts, shown by Brindley Skiles and Maisie Galvin. When we get into the purebreds, we go by age. We do not go by weight. Weight is for crossbreds.
A class of 2 January Berkshire Gilts, and there's really a runaway in this particular class, and that's the young lady here closest to me. When we start to talk about combining balance with power, she certainly does that within this particular duo. She's better in the pace of her chest. She's bolder and drops out of her spine with more swoop and swing to the center portion of her rib cage. She's wider and squarer when you get in behind her. You know, from an ideally perspective, she could have a more elite look up front. But, man, from covering the basics, I think she's got a nice future, you know, as a sow. The gilt that rounds us out there, we just need to be fresher. That particular gilt wants to get low-shouldered, a little off there in her spine, wants to tuck her hind leg. And really, the basis of my decision there is the fact that she just gets out-horsed from a rib cage and body standpoint. But a nice pair of Berkshires in our January class. Put your hands together for those kids.
Results of Class 1 Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Maisie Galvin, and second to Brindley Skiles. That brings us to Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. Class 4 Chester Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. Class 5 Chester Gilt, start making your way up as well.
All right, Bub, you're on your own.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
I'll be back as soon as party line's over.
Yeah, absolutely. Party line starting right about in 5 to 10 minutes on WILO, but you can also check out them on the radio. And, of course, we are live streaming, so you can hit pause, you can rewind. And if you have to do a couple of things, you can come right back to where you left off. So if you're going to be listening to Party Line, they are just going to be on the radio today as they are broadcasting on location from the Clinton County Fair here in fabulous Frankfort, Indiana. Kyle Etherington flying solo for the time being. The previous class of Berkshire Guilds were born in January, roughly 11 days apart from each other. All of the ones in the arena right now were born in December. And as we go throughout, it looks like our judge is starting to narrow down the field. So if your 4-H'er is still with their hog, they are still in contention for that top spot and the opportunity to go on to become the champion and or the reserve Berkshire Guild. In the previous class, we had Maisie Galvin take the top spot.
Just a reminder in the barns, if you are near a trash can, they need to be drug out to the driveways by 9 a.m. so they can be dumped. If you are near a trash can, they need to be drug out to the driveways by 9 a.m. to be dumped.
And at this time, it looks like our judge is ready to make his decision.
Very good class of Berkshires out here, and I think three that quite honestly complement each other. And not to sound cliche, if you could kind of blend them and put them all together, I think you would be in a very good place. I just didn't find any reason to go ahead and beat the young lady in purple to win this particular class. I think that one, when you start to view her from the side and the way that she balances, her squareness of build off both ends of her body is just better. Now, I understand, and I live and eat and breathe this every day. She has shucked her hair, and that is disheartening from any show person, but I'm not going to beat one because when you start to put her together from the side, she is just simply the best one, and there's no reason to get too out of bounds from that perspective. If you want to sit there and put some pieces and parts together from the other ones and say, well, this one's better here or this one's better there, I can get behind that statement. But in the same breath, they're just not as complete and not as elite as that particular guild. But the young lady here off to my left is going to go ahead and be next. That one's got a stouter brim to her nose. She's stouter and wider about her eye. That particular gilt does open with more shape out of the backside of her shoulder. There is no question about that. She's not as opened up at the base of her knee. She's a gilt that doesn't have any more bone. But man, she gets just a shade longer as well. But I still think that one has a lot of quality and a lot of value. Young man, this gilt here, is one of those that you can really say is first or third. She's as round-ribbed and as round-bodied as you could ever want one for this particular age and size. But if you study her head shape, that one particular can get just more fragile there in the base of her jaw. She's a gilt that's more frail, and a guy who's got 80 Berkshire sows, we fight that every day in terms of making these things stout enough to play at the next level. But man, she balances, she's correct, she has value in making the next generation better. I just didn't think she was as elite as the two in front of her. The gilt that comes out next, one that's got an awesome head shape, looks like one that could make the next generation better. I told the young lady we got to balance her better. Relax her spine, loosen up her hind leg. I talked to the rest of these down the line and where we needed to make these particular individuals more competitive, but I think a very good, very deep class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors in Class 2 of Berkshires.
Results of Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Olivia Ritchie. Second to Victoria Vanderwall. Third to Braden Hillis. Fourth to Scarlett Bennett. Fifth to Gavin Weber. Sixth to Evelyn Russ. Seventh to Braylon Kreider. And eighth to John Pelling. That brings us to our champion Berkshire Drive. It appears Class 4 and 5 are up here in the holding ring. Duroc exhibitors, we will move straight to Class 7. Class 7 Duroc Gilts, start making your way to the holding pens.
And at this time, we're going to be moving on to our Chester White Gilts, Class 4.
It's been a nice Berkshire show, and there's just no reason to belabor it or make it any harder. I think for a guy that, like I said, we make these things all the time. For one to bend and flex and boot, scoot, and boogie the way that our champion does, and does so with seamless lines and a balance for days, I think that is undeniable in our champion. And just as easy for that, in my opinion, is our reserve. We're going to keep those Decembers together. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion Berkshire Gilt goes to Olivia Ritchie, and your reserve champion to Victoria Vanderwall. That brings us to Class 4 Chester Gilts. Class 5 Chester Gilt in the holding area. Again, Duroc exhibitors will go straight to Class 7. Class 7 Duroc Gilts, make your way to the holding pens.
And with that, Olivia Ritchie, the champion of the Berkshire Gilt, followed by Victoria Vanderwall as the reserve champion. Gotta love the Brooks and Dunn reference in the judges' decision making. Now we move on to Class 4, the Chester White Gilts. Both of these two were born in January of this year, 10 days apart. Finley Griffin and Jackson Shoup. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding. We couldn't do this without your great support and also the support of all of you tuning in on HoosierlandTV.com. And it looks like our judge is ready to make his decision known.
That's a very good pair of Chester Gilts, and And I think you could make an argument either way within this particular pair. There's one that just wants to get out and drive, and I'll say it this way, doesn't want to act like a Chester in that regard, which is nice. Ideally we would change each one of these in a place or two, but for me, the one that balances the best, we can get out and travel and put things together. The young man is going to win this particular class. The young lady is going to go ahead and be second. The young lady's gilt probably has just a little more crest, and they know that. The way that the top of her neck has been sheared. I wish that gilt would just get out and kind of give us the look that we're trying to get. She's got probably just a shot more cheek than our class winner there. I love the refinement of her underline. The length and squareness to her upper hip and hind leg is very good. But again, she's kind of acting like a Chester, and that would be why I don't have Chesters. There she goes, wants to come be a show pig. Big-chested, round rib, not as elite looking up from the side, but I think a very nice one to go ahead and be second. Put your hands together for those two kids.
Results of Class 4. First goes to Jackson Shoup, and second to Finley Griffin. That brings us to Class 5 Chester Gilt. Class 7 Duroc Gilts, make your way to the holding pens.
And as we move to Class 5, the Chester White Gilts, born in December. The lone.
We've got a nice Chester Gilt, single entry here. She's square, she's stout, she's sound there at the surface. I'd like to change her right there at the top of her shoulder and how she works out the backside of her blade. But I think a very good project for that young man. And we'll see how they come together here in the champion drive. Put your hands together for him and his Chester Gilt.
Winning Class 5 is Carter Klein. That brings us to our champion Chester Gilt drive. Class 7 Duroc Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. 8, 9, be on the ready.
Well, I think it's quite logical in terms of how this goes together. I think there's a pair that are on the up. They're on the upswing. They balance well. One balance is just a shot better. Wants to look like a show pig from the side. We'll keep that first class together. They'll be champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Your champion Chester Gilt goes to Jackson Shoup, and your reserve champion to Finley Griffin. That brings us to Class 7 Duroc Gilts. Class 8 and 9 Hampshire Gilts. Class 8 and 9 Hampshire Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens.
And for Class 6, the Duroc Gilts, born in January, there's going to be one lone competitor, Maddox Thompson. Class 7, the December Duroc Gilts. Going to have just a few more. And I've just been handed a note that we are going to be proceeding to the Class 7 December Duroc Gilts. 5 showmen in this class. Kendall Flickinger, Braylon Kreider, Rhett Snyder, Ava Brandt, and Grayson Stevens. Kyle Etherington flying solo without Melissa Miller for the time being, as Melissa is currently on Party Line, being broadcast on WILO radio. No live streaming of Party Line today, as we are broadcasting live from the fairgrounds. Nestled in a nice little corner near the junior leaders concession area, the show arena. Several big events on tap this evening. The harness racing was a grand success last night. They're going to keep things going this evening around 6 o'clock. And then, of course, we've got the family movie night, which was a big hit as well. We invite you to stay tuned to all of social media for any updates or changes Also, stay tuned to Hoosierland TV. We're going to be out here not just this morning, but this afternoon and into the evening. As tonight, the Goats will have the show arena after this swine show. 49 classes in all, currently in Class 7, and it looks like our judge is ready to go.
I had the opportunity to judge, 20 classes of these at the exposition of the Durocs. And for a guy who grew up with Durocs, bought my first sow from R.N. Perry back in 1990. That'll age me quite a bit, but 1990-something. Always been fond of this particular breed, and they're in maybe a little bit of a tailspin or a interesting position, just because I think we have parts, pieces, and places that it's hard to kind of find them and get them all figured out. And that's no different in this class, and that's not a fault of any of the exhibitors. It's just where kind of the breed is sitting, and I think between this pair, you've got to ask yourself, which one's got enough and which one is better built. And well, when you ask yourself that question, I think you get two different answers, and that's the challenge. And for me, the best chested, the best rib-caged one that still balances well enough when we get them off to the side is the young lady's dark gilt here that's right in front of me. She's going to go ahead and win. Now, that one does have more feature. She's got more rib cage. She's got more chest than does our second place and reserve champion. Now, if I would change her, I need to push her chine down in her, and I need to lengthen her out of her upper hip. But at the same time, I thought she just offered more punch. The young lady's gilt that's next. That thing is tall-fronted and good-looking. She's got a hind leg that's longer in terms of her her hooks back and her pins down. But at the same time, she is considerably flatter-bodied and narrower made than is our champion. But I think a pair that just offered more quality. We get into the next three, all hogs that just need to have more punch. They need to have more, when we're talking mid-July, December red gilts, we need to have just more true doability and rib cage late in these particular class. But a good group. My compliments to those exhibitors. Put your hands together as they head back.
Congratulations. Your champion Duroc gilt goes to Grayson Stevens. Your reserve champion goes to Kendall Fleckinger. Third in class goes to Rhett Snyder. Fourth to Ava Brent. And fifth to Braylon Kreider. That brings us to Class 8. Hampshire Gilts. Class 9 Hampshire Gilts be on the ready in the holding pen. Class 10 Hereford Gilts. Class 11 Hereford Gilts. Start making your way to the holding pens. Class 10, 11 Hereford Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens.
Just one class for the Duroc gilt. The rarely aggressive, good mothering, and adaptable breed. Champion goes to Grayson Stevens, and then, of course, followed by Kendall Flickinger with the reserve. And we move on to Hampshire.
Got a nice gilt to win our January class here. And from the side, she's very good in terms of the way she's constructed. I think a gilt that has flexibility and doability written all over her. She's got swoop, swing, and softness through the center portion of her body cavity. Ideally, could she be stouter and bolder everywhere? She could, but for this particular breed, her skeleton is something to certainly write home about. So my congratulations to her on a job well done in our first class.
Big congratulations there to Cadence Davis with the swoop, swing, and softness of
winning
her
Class
Hampshire
8
gilt.
is Cadence Davis. That brings us to Class 9 Hampshire Gilts. Class 10, 11 Hereford Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 10, 11 Hereford Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens.
And in this Class 9 Hampshire Gilts, born in December, we have Creed Minnan and Jackson Shoup. Cadence Davis, her Hampshire gilt, the lone entrant in the January category, just barely, as Cadence Davis, her Hampshire gilt was born on New Year's Day, 2026. So just getting in under the radar. .49 classes in total. currently at class number 9. After this Class 9 Hampshire Gilt, we will go to the crowning of the champion and the reserve champion of the Hampshire Gilt. Then following that, with the Gilts, we'll go to the Hereford, then followed by the Landrace, and then followed by Poland, currently hitting in the hole. And as our two showmen enter the show arena, I'd like to thank you again for joining us on Hoosierland TV. Kyle Etherington, broadcasting live from the Scott D. Walker Memorial Show Arena here at the Clinton County 4-H Fair 2026.
Hereford Gilts, Class 10-11, make your way to the holding pens.
Hereford Gilts are at the ready, and so is our judge.
Here in our second class of Hampshires, hogs that differ in maybe their value, and there's one that I'm just considerably more comfortable with from a structure standpoint, and that's the young man here to my left. That one's hip and hind, the Gilt's hip and hind leg. Her simple functionality is a vast improvement over the Gilt that's in second. Her build, her balance from the side is exceptionally good. I think a very nice place to start. Young man's Gilt, very, very highly presented. There's no question about that. Her head shape is more ideal. She's more opened up and bolder out of the backside of her shoulder. She simply needs to move her hind leg better. She's too short in her upper hip, too vertical in the set to her hock, and consequently just can't get out and travel with as much reach and step and flex as is our class winner. But a very good Gilt to go ahead and be second. My compliments to those kids. Put your hands together.
Results of Class 9. First goes to Creed Menon and second to Jackson Shoup. That brings us to our champion Hampshire drive. Again, Class 10, 11 Hereford Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. That means Class 12 Landrace, you need to be on the ready.
Back out here for champion. I think it's not negotiable who needs to win, and just as much I think from a quality perspective, I do think it gets closer from a comfort perspective. But for me, the question was who's going to be reserve, and our reserve just swallows the other Gilt out here. We're going to keep that last class together. Congratulations to those two young men.
Congratulations, your champion Hampshire Gilt goes to Creed Menon, and your reserve champion goes to Jackson Shoup. That brings us to Class 10 Hereford Gilts, Class 11 Hereford Gilts being the holding pens, Class 12 Landrace Gilt, make your way to the holding pens. Class 13 Landrace Gilts, be on the ready. Also, again, first-year members, do not forget, stick around for the grand drives. There will be a presentation for you. First-year members, stick around for the grand drives.
And congratulations to Creed Menon, the champion Hampshire Gilt, followed by Jackson Shoup with the reserve. And as we move to the Hereford Gilts, start with the January. Ari Parsons, Adeline Klein, and Mackenzie Julian. As they bring their quiet and docile disposition hogs into the arena. Always an excellent choice for young people, especially 4-H.
Here in the first class of Herefords, there's a non-negotiable. The young lady in the green is going to go ahead and win. And we start talking about balance and building them from the side and putting things together. She does so quite handily within this particular class. Ideally, we could set her shoulder back and loosen her hind leg just a shade. And I think that can make it just a little bit closer. But, man, just from a sheer quality perspective, she has to win this particular class. The Gilt that comes in next, you can question, some of those markings. I raised a few of these, and I'm never going to hurt on a kid for, maybe some of the markings of those particular Gilts because, I could tell you story after story about the trials and tribulations of getting good marked Hereford hogs at our house. That gilt's good. She's good from the side. She's square in her build. She gives up some just from a presence and bulk perspective to our class winner. But, man, I think she has a lot of value. The young lady's gilt is going to be in 3. A good gilt from the side in terms of her balance and her build, or from her lines, excuse me. I need to redesign her hind leg ever so slightly to make her more competitive. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Results of Class 10 winning goes to Mackenzie Julian. Second goes to Adeline Klein. And third to Ari Parsons. That brings us to Class 11 Hereford Gilts. Class 12 and 13 Landrace Gilts, make your way to the holding pens. Class 12 and 13 Landrace Gilts, make your way to the holding pens.
And with that, Mackenzie Julian with the winner in that Class 10, the January Hereford Gilts, a big win for the New Year baby gilt of Mackenzie Julian, followed by Adeline Klein, and then Ari Parsons. We now move into the Hereford Gilts for December with Zeta Parsons, Kendall Osler, and Olivia Ritchie. These hogs will mature early typically, go anywhere from 200 to 250 pounds, and our judge is ready to go.
Well, here in this class, there's one that came to the dance to party, and that's the young lady here in the purple. That one is a very, very good show pig. When we start to study Herefords from the side and where they need to balance, that hog's also very hydrated and up in terms of her spine or her back shape. She's square and she's mobile when you get in behind her. The gilt that's on the far side is going to go ahead and be second. That gilt has a look of doability about her. She's more comfortable than our gilt that's in 3. But when you compare her back to our class winner, she just gives up too much from a stoutness and boldness standpoint. Young lady's gilt that comes next is one that's very fresh in terms of her presentation. That particular gilt's too out and too bowy when you get in behind her for me to get her any higher in this particular class. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Winning Class 11 Hereford Gilts is Olivia Ritchie, second to Zeta Parsons, and third to Kendall Osler. That brings us to our champion Hereford drive. So Class 12, 13 Landrace Gilts being the holding pens. Class 14, 15 Poland Gilts start making your way up as well.
One thing that a lot of people especially like about these pigs is that they're really easygoing. They feel really at home on the pasture, especially if you got a wonderful wooden 3-sided shed. Some boars can reach up to 600 pounds.
I've never been told that I'm too slow at much, and I live by the motto, think long, think wrong, and I think this might be the longest I've taken on a decision. There's one that I would want to take home and make better Herefords with. Is she as fit up and presented as well as maybe the other? Maybe not. But in terms of build, balance, proportions, where she's set at the top of her neck and the way that she's built out of her shoulder, her length to her upper hip, and the way that she can flex and drive off her hind leg is absolutely next level for this particular breed. Young lady in the purple, you'll be our champion. Young lady in the green is going to go ahead and be reserved.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford Gilt goes to Olivia Ritchie, and your reserve champion to Mackenzie Julian. That brings us to Class 12 Landrace Gilt, Class 13 Landrace Gilt being the holding pens. Class 14, 15 Poland Gilts make your way to the holding pens, and 16, 17 spots beyond the ready.
And in the Hereford Gilts, Olivia Ritchie is your champion, followed by Mackenzie Julian with the reserve. Our judge said that he'd like to take the Hereford of Olivia Ritchie back to his own locale. Typically with the Herefords, you'll get between 8 and 9 piglets per litter, depending. So definitely a little positive jealousy on behalf of our champion, Olivia Ritchie. Now we head into the land race with Levi Klein.
Here in this particular class, we've got a gilt that is grown and performed and done nice for this particular young man. Maybe just a little shorter eared, but my bigger concern is that navel infection that she's got underneath. But a nice gilt. My compliments to him.
Congratulations, Levi Klein, winning Class 12 Landrace Gilts. That brings us to Class 13 Landrace Gilts. Class 14, 15 Poland Gilts, make your way to the holding area. Class 16 Poland Gilt, make your way to the holding area. And Class 17, be on the ready.
And Levi Klein with the February Landrace Gilt, born February 1st of this year. Now proceeding into the Landrace Gilts for January with Carson Neal, Kendall Russell, and Finley Schoon with their January Gilts. Our judge is moving quick and fast as we're in Class 13 of a total of 49 classes. Started a little bit early today, and that's going to be especially good for the kids, the animals, and the spectators, just because it's supposed to get anywhere in the 90s by this afternoon. Definitely apply that sunscreen, as the UV index is also going to be very, very high.
Here in the Landrace class, very subtle differences between our first and second. One's maybe a notch younger and fresher. They both, kind of have a Landrace hind leg about them in terms of the way that they travel. One, to me, is just so much stouter, so much taller fronted, so much burlier everywhere, and doesn't sacrifice any build when compared back to our second place. Young lady is going to win this particular class. Young man's going to be second. Young lady that's in 3. One that just gets out horsed in this particular drive. She's just rawer, flatter, frailer than others within this particular trio, but I think a very good class of Landrace. My compliments to those kids.
Winning Class 13, Finley Schoen. Second goes to Carson Neal, and third to Kendall Russell. That brings us to our champion Landrace drive. Poland Gilts being the holding pins. Spot Gilts, make your way to the holding pins as well.
Finley Schoen with the win, and Carson Neal was second, followed by Kendall Russell in those January land race as we proceed to the champion reserve land race.
Out here for your champion land race. I don't necessarily hold my cards too close to my chest. I think there's an elite pair. They came out of the second class. My congratulations to them for champion reserve.
Your champion Landrace Gilt goes to Finley Schoen, and your reserve champion to Carson Neal. That brings us to Class 14 Poland Gilt. Class 15 Poland Gilt being the holding pin. Spot Gilts, Class 16 and 17. Make your way to the holding pins. Spot Gilts, Class 16 and 17. Make your way to the holding pins.
And Finley Schoen becomes the champion after winning the January class, followed by Carson Neal with the reserve. Exceptional maternal instincts, large litter sizes, heavy milk production, and the ability to crossbreed flawlessly with other swine breeds. We move into Poland. We'll see what our judge has to say about Cadence Davis's.
February Poland Gilt out here. She has got a tremendous underline, perfectly spaced. I think a gilt that has balance. She's done extremely well for a February gilt out here in this particular drive. I think a gilt, maybe from a stoutness of feature standpoint, we could make her just a little stouter there. But man, I think a gilt that has done very well for the young lady. We'll see how it goes when we get to our next class out there. But a very nice job. Put your hands together for her.
Congratulations, Cadence Davis winning Class 14. That brings us to Class 15. Class 16, 17, Spot Gilts. Spot Gilts, Class 16 and 17. Make your way to the holding pins.
Well, we get out here in a pull and show, and I don't raise these things anymore and don't claim to be an expert, but when they look like that, they need to win. Young lady, that's a very good pole and gilt. My congratulations to you. We'll drop out our class winner there out of the second class. That's a very good, complete square one. But, man, when they look like rock stars, you just move them to the front. Young lady, you'll be champion.
Winning Class 15 and your champion pole and gilt goes to Olivia Ritchie, and your reserve champion to Cadence Davis. That brings us to Class 16 spot gilts. Class 16, 17 spot gilts, make your way to the holding pins. 18 spot gilts, be on making your way up as well. Class 16, 17, 18 spot gilts, make your way up.
Another big win for Olivia Ritchie in the pole and gilt, followed by Cadence Davis with the reserve. The judge remarked about how excellent they looked. The Poland swine originated in Warren County, Ohio. Heaviest pig ever recorded in this gilt was Big Bill way back in 1933. Bill was quite a big one, well over 2,000 pounds, 2,552 pounds for Big Bill.
Class 17 and 18, Class 17 and 18 spot gilts, make your way to the holding pins. Class 17, 18 spot gilts, make your way in the holding pins. Tamworth gilts, be on the ready.
And with the spot gilts, Finley Griffin with her February spot. Our judge is ready.
Got a very good spot gilt out here to win this particular class. And I don't know what her plans are for the future. This gilt, when she gets her collected, that one for the breed is very good in her front foot. And in terms of her elbow, I think a gilt that's got a big hind leg. I think a very bright future for that gilt down into the fall. My congratulations to her.
Congratulations, winning Class 16, Finley Griffin. That brings us to Class 17 spot gilts. 17, 18 spot gilts, come to the holding pins. 17, 18 spot gilts, be in the holding pins.
Moving right along into Class 17 is Finley Griffin, the lone competitor with her February 1st spot gilt. Have to avoid using the word gilt instead of gilt in more ways than one. Going to have several competitors in this next one, born in January. Harry Parsons, Cadence Davis, Zeta Parsons, Hayden Skiles, and Gavin Weber. And with several competitors, it might take a little bit of time for our judge. He's been moving pretty fast, relatively speaking, especially here in the Hoosier State. Highly active hogs, highly prized for showing. Very famous for their pasture foraging ability. The American Spotted Swine breed, known as the Spot, developed in Putnam and Hendricks County, Indiana. Indiana been well known when it comes to swine. Not surprisingly, in the top 5 in the nation when it comes to hog production. And if you ask Melissa Miller, always number 1 when it comes to the quality of the hogs. And our judge is ready with his quality.
A good class of spotted hogs, and that's what you'd expect coming to Clinton County, Indiana. Young lady 295 is going to have our class winner. That one is the combination gilt of stoutness, power, but still having a flexible, neat look about her when you get her off to the side. I think after that it becomes even closer young lady 035 is going to go ahead and be second. Maybe not the look and the balance of our class winner, but a gilt that's just functional in her build. She's good in terms of her angles. I think a gilt that's got swoop and swing and great body shape about her. Needs to be more elite looking and more shaped up to beat our class winner, but a very, very good gilt to go ahead and be second. Young lady 294 is going to go ahead and be 3. I think she's the next best one. I know she's the next best one in terms of her squareness of build. I think she's a heavy-legged gilt, but from the side, she doesn't balance as well as our first and second when you get her off to the profile. Young man on the far side is going to go ahead and be 4. I think a gilt that just could use a shot of feature, a shot of power to be more competitive in this particular class. And young man 045 is going to round us out. Gilt that just needs more to her. She needs to have more days on feed, more look of doability to be more competitive in this particular class. My compliments to that class. Put your hands together for those kids.
Winning class 17, first goes to Zeta Parsons, second to Cadence Davis, third to Ari Parsons, fourth Gavin Weber, and fifth to Hayden Skiles. That brings us to class 18 spot gilts, class 18 spot gilts in the ring. Class 19, 20 Tamworth gilts, start making your way up to the holding pins.
And as we move to class 18, the December spot gilts, got several competitors that are going to be relatively brand new to the competition. Kane Flickinger, John Pelling, Sawyer Clark, Carter Klein. Our 4-H Fair Queen Madeline Ford will also be presenting, along with Brentley Morris and Adeline Klein. And then after this class, we will move on to the champion and the reserve spot gilt. The pride of Indiana indeed. Kyle Etherington once again flying solo. Melissa Miller currently with Party Line, currently on WILO. You can check that out on your radio dial, or you can check out the WILO app. Just go to the App Store and download it. It's free. And speaking of keeping things free for you, we'd like to thank our sponsors, because we wouldn't be able to do this without them. Culligan Water of Boone in Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding. Could not do it without you. As you're starting to notice, standing room only in the Scott D. Walker Memorial Show Arena. Currently in front of me, the folding chairs are set up, and they go about 4 or 5 rows deep. Not too many nails being chewed on in terms of nerves, but yet it is still early. We're not close to showmanship yet, but we are moving right along with this last class of spotted gilts. All of these in the ring right now were born in December. One thing about the spotted gilt is that they are extremely fast growing. So as we go into the much more older classes, You're going to notice that the swine are going to be getting bigger and bigger. Just because they grow as fast as they do, they're very heavily muscled, and they've got great feed efficiency, which if you are on a budget, that is most certainly welcome in any type of economy. Very highly active, too, even though on a hot day like today, it might not seem like it. Temperature starting to increase just a little bit. They're keeping things as cool as they can with a lot of gigantic fans here in the show arena. And it looks like our judge is ready to go.
Challenging class of spots to kind of find your way and make it make sense in this evaluator's head. The one I keep coming back to from a quality and stoutness standpoint, the young lady here in front of me, she's going to go ahead win this class. That's the best chested, that's the best hind-legged one. She's also the best one when you set her in motion from a balance and build standpoint. I think she's the place you need to start. After that, I think it becomes rather challenging to kind of put some semblance of logic to this particular class in terms of where things fit together and where you want to put your priorities. The young man on the far side is going to go ahead and be second. That particular gilt balance is better. I think that's a gilt that's got a neat look about her, but still opened up. And where she has an advantage over the gilt that's in third is the squareness to her hind leg. The young man there in the green that's going to go ahead and be three, and that's a power hog. She's burly, she's stout, she's opened up. A gilt that's wide, wants to get out and a little too wide there in her hock. I'd like to balance her better from the side. We start getting our way down to 4, 5, 6, and 7. Young man there in 4. That gilt needs to balance better. She gets to roller coaster there in her spine. I need to relax her and balance her better from the profile. Same goes for the 1 and 5. And then 6 and 7. Hogs that just need to have more power, and more rib cage. But a nice class. Put your hands together for those kids.
Results of Class 18 spot gilts. First goes to Adeline Klein. Second to Kane Flickinger. Third to Brentley Morris. Fourth to John Pelling. Fifth to Carter Klein. And sixth to Sawyer Clark. Seventh to Madeline Ford. That brings us to our champion spot gilt drive. Class 19 and 20 Tamworth gilts. Class 19 and 20 Tamworth gilts be in the holding pens.
And as we get ready for our champion reserve spot gilt competition, just to let you know, there is a heat advisory in effect from the National Weather Service from noon Wednesday through 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Wednesday. Make sure you drink plenty of fluids, take frequent breaks, whether you be in the shade or be in the air-conditioned rooms. Make sure that you check up on your relatives and your neighbors. Make you my solemn promise to check on my relatives if you check on yours on this hot day when we get the opportunity. Now, typically our judge has been going with the more mature and the much older hogs. We'll see if that trend continues.
It's been a good spot show, and I'll just tell you this. I'll shake the hand of your champion in reserve, but I didn't come here to weigh them. I didn't come here to age them. I came here to find the best one. Maybe she's not the biggest one, but in the same breath, if I was ever I did bring my popper, so if you're done with her, we can make a deal, young lady, at the end. Young lady in the red is going to be our champion. Young lady out of the last class is going to be reserved.
Congratulations. Your champion spot gilt goes to Finley Griffin, and your reserve champion to Adeline Klein. That brings us to Class 19 Tamworth gilt. Class 20, Class 21, Tamworth Gilts be in the holding pens. Class 20, Tamworth Gilts be in the holding pens. Class 21, start making your way to the holding pens.
And bucking a trend that we've seen, Finley Griffin with her February spotted gilt takes the champion. And in the reserve spot will be Adeline Klein from the December spotted gilts. As they make their way out of the arena, we will say goodbye to the quote-unquote orchard pigs and make way for the Tamworth gilts. Three classes in the Tamworth, born starting in February, then followed by January, and then December.
A nice Tam gilt to get us started here in the February class. She's proportionate, she's sound, she's flexible. Could give her a shot more feature, but she sure acts like a Tam and looks like one too. So a very good gilt to go ahead and win her a single entry February class. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations, Gavin Weber winning Class 19. That brings us to Class 20, Tamworth Gilts. Class 20, Tamworth Gilts entering the ring. Class 21, Tamworth Gilts being the holding pens. Class 22, Yorkshire Gilts, start making your way to the holding pens. Class 22, Yorkshire Gilts, start making your way to the holding pens.
Currently in Class 20 with the Tamworth Gilts. Each of these that are going to be entering the arena were born in January. Lindsay Zybarth, Levi Klein, Gavin Weber, Lexus Zybarth, Kenneth Toomey, and Sawyer Clark. Four of these Tamworths have something in common, all born on New Year's Day, 2026. This, of course, as you probably know, is one of the oldest and purest heritage pig breeds, native typically to the United Kingdom. As you can tell from that beautiful, bright ginger red coat. Got that very distinguished long snout, oftentimes known for their extraordinary foraging abilities. Depends on the type of swine that you're talking about, but when we're talking about the appearance, sometimes it is that dark mahogany red, or you might even get a little bit of distinctive golden red. And we'll see which one of our competitors can take home the gold, not just in this class, but in the Tamworth Gilt overall. Coming up after the Tamworth, we will then proceed.
All right, swine exhibitors, as things start trying to heat up here, there are 3 coolers of water down at the end of the show arena for swine exhibitors if you get kind of hot. That is in memory of Zach Caldwell.
Very nice tribute to Zach Caldwell as well. As I was saying, on deck after the Tamworth Gilts are complete, we will have the Yorkshire. So Yorkshire currently on deck, and then we will then proceed to the crossbred Gilts. Six classes in the cross Gilts. And then after that, we will be going to a little bit of a break. So if you are planning your trip to the concession stand, whether you be at the fair or at your own personal fair, just letting you know about those events. Currently right now, 76 degrees. Next chance of rain, probably not today. Sun, as far as the eye can see, it's going to be beautiful out there, but don't let that deceive you. It's going to be pretty heated. So make sure you protect yourself out there. Within the next hour, the temperature will start to go up just a little bit, but the feels like index will go up by 10 degrees to 86. As we said, there is a heat advisory in the forecast for today from 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time all the way to 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Also, there is an air quality alert as well from midnight tonight to midnight Eastern Daylight Time Wednesday night. Ozone levels expected to be in the unhealthy for sensitive group range. Make sure that active children and adults and people with respiratory disease such as asthma limit your exposure.
Young man
outside.
on the far side's got our class winner out here. That gilt, from a balance and build and proportionality perspective, she needs to win this particular go. She's also the heavy-legged stout one within this group. I thought that was the place to start. After that, the young man here in front of me is going to go ahead and be second. I think a balanced built gilt, maybe could use a little tan job, but I felt like she got outpowered from a feature standpoint than our class winner does. But I thought she was the next balanced opportunity out here. The young lady there in the middle with the striped shirt is going to go ahead and be next. That gilt just needs more body. She needs more body. She needs a better hind leg to move up within this particular group. The young lady with the pigtails on the far side is going to be next. Need to change the angle to her skeleton off both ends and give her more rib cage, but a nice gilt to round us out. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, please.
Congratulations, winning Class 20, Levi Klein second, and Gavin Weber third. Goes to Lexus Zebarth, and fourth to Lindsay Zebarth. That brings us to Class 21 Tamworth Gilts, Class 22 Yorkshire Gilts, Class 23 Yorkshire Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 22, 23 Yorkshire Gilts. Make your way to the holding pens.
In that class of January-born Tamworth Gilts, Levi Klein takes home the win, followed by Gavin Weber. Lexus Zebarth, followed by Lindsay Zebarth. A little bit of competition between next of kin and those different branches of the family tree. Last in the Tamworth Gilts, as far as the individual month classes, this one, the December Gilts. Still no Christmas Day birthdays. We'll keep you updated for that one on your bingo card. We've had several New Year's babies, but no Christmas babies just yet. The Tamworths, typically known as the quote-unquote bacon breed. Long and lean. Highly active and intelligent, although that's definitely open to discussion if you ask some of our young 4-H'ers, because I'm sure they're probably experiencing some of their lack thereof in terms of just following directions in some cases. Currently at 9:24 in the city of Frankfort. Kyle Etherington flying solo as Melissa Miller is just about ready to wrap up Party Line on WILO. WILO currently just on the radio, not streaming because we are broadcasting all week from the Clinton County 4-H Fair. So if you are feeling like waking up early and getting some biscuits and gravy, feel free to join us and feel free to bring us a plate or two as well.
Challenging class out here, and they all could have their adjustments and places they could be better. The young lady in the white's going to have our class winner. She outpowers this class in rib cage, body, width, performance. A gilt that I could balance just a little better from the side, but at the same time, I thought she offered the most quality. Young man in the center is going to go ahead and be next. Maybe a little longer hipped than our class winner, but at the same time, she's considerably flatter and narrower than our class winning gilt. And then the gilt on the far side, very unique in terms of her look and her shape, but a gilt that just gets outpowered within this particular group. But a nice class of TAMs. My compliments to those kids.
Congratulations. Winning class 21 is Laney Hamilton, and second to Kenneth Toomey, third to Sawyer Clark. That brings us to our champion Tamworth Drive. Class 22, 23 Yorkshire gilts being the holding pins, and crossbred gilts, class 24, be on the ready.
And with those three classes complete, we will head toward the champion and reserve for our TAM gilts. Our judge has been quick and efficient today. Looks like he's made up his mind.
Congratulations to the Tamworth exhibitors. I think we have a logical place to start, and I think a safe place to go ahead and be reserve. But I'll go out there and shake the hands of our champions there. Young man right here is going to be our champion. Young lady in the white is going to be reserve.
Winning the Tamworth Gilts, congratulations to Levi Klein, and your reserve champion Tamworth Gilts goes to Laney Hamilton. That brings us to class 22 Yorkshire Gilts. Entering the ring, class 23 being the holding pins. Class 24 crossbred gilts, start making your way to the holding pins. 25 and 26 be on the ready.
Heading into the Yorkshire Gilt, two classes with three showmen each in each one. William Brandt, Scarlett Bennett, and Levi Klein ready to take their Yorkshire Gilts into the Scott D. Walker Memorial Show Arena. Saying hello to all the people here at the fair. And feel free to come up and say hello to us while we're in the booth. We're going to be broadcasting the entire swine show today. And then around 5 o'clock tonight, we're going to be letting the goats have their moment in the sun, or at least moment in the shade, rather. Trying to stay as cool as possible. Kyle Etherington flying solo for Melissa Miller for the time being. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, and the rest of them after our judge.
Logical Yorkshire Gilt class, and I think there's some debate on the top end of this particular drive. There's one that's just a notch taller fronted, and she's better hind-legged. Young man here in front of me is going to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady there in the center is going to be reserve, or second, excuse me. I like her, prefer her head shape. She's bolder out of the backside of her shoulder. I need to fix her hind leg, loosen it up, square it up as she goes away, but I think a high-quality one to go ahead and be second. Young man 076 is going to be three. A gilt that just gets outpowered in this particular lineup, but a very nice project for the young man. My compliments to them. Put your hands together as they head back to their pens.
Winning class 22 is Levi Klein, second to Scarlett Bennett, and third to William Brandt. That brings us to class 23 Yorkshire Gilts, class 24 crossbred gilts being the holding pins, class 25 crossbred gilts start making your way to the holding pins.
Last class for the Yorkshire Gilts. A little bit different from the Tamworth Gilts, especially from a color standpoint, as the Yorkshire more known for their white color, as one makes a bid for the track. Harness racing not going to be until later this evening, although that Yorkshire definitely is in the running, quite literally. Carter Klein, Graham Wellman, and Jackson Shoup currently in the show arena. And we'll see which of this mother breed the judge likes the best.
We got a runaway here in this particular class of Yorkshires. Young man on the far side has got one that's, man, she's got a great look. She's balanced. She's good. Her hind leg is good for this particular breed and where the Yorkshires are at. Looks like a Yorkshire lady. Looks like our class winner, undoubtable in my opinion. The young man here in the center is going to be next. That one offers just the next best in terms of quality. She's shaped up high. She's good in terms of her lower rib cage and line. I'd like to lengthen her step and square her up there just a shot there in terms of her hind leg. But she is a considerable improvement in terms of look and balance and shape over our gilt that's in 3. The gilt in 3 is nice from the side. She's got more throat. She's a little plainer there everywhere than is our second place in that particular class. But a good trio. My compliments to them. Look forward to the champion drive.
Winning class 23 is Jackson Shoup, and second to Graham Wellman, and third to Carter Klein. That brings us to our champion Yorkshire drive. Class 24 and 25 crossbred gilts be in the holding pens. Class 24, 25 crossbred gilts be in the holding pens.
A low-numbered Yorkshire show for maybe the traditionalists out there, but at the same time, I think the top-end quality has been very, very good. Champions and reserve are coming out of the last class. My compliments to those kids.
Congratulations. Your champion Yorkshire gilt goes to Jackson Shoup, and your reserve champion to Graham Wellman. That brings us to class 24 crossbred gilts. Class 25 crossbred gilts, make your way to the holding pens. Class 26 crossbred gilts, start making your way up as well.
And with that, Jackson Shoup takes home the champion Yorkshire gilt, followed by Graham Wellman with the reserve for the mother breed. You can check out breed standards and registrations through the National Swine Registry. Couldn't ask for a better transition into the crossbred gilts, as the Yorkshires are a primary breed used in commercial crossbreeding programs. One of the main reasons for that is because of their good maternal traits. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7. Haha, see, I caught you. Generation Z out there and Gen Alpha. We've got 6 classes of the crossbreed, and then we will be taking a
nice class
break.
of cross gilts to get us fired up, and maybe one that is not as presented as well, but I think just the natural width and dimension when you crawl into them and then balance is just as well. A young man's belted gilt is going to go ahead and win this particular class. The young lady's red belt is going to be second, fit to a T, brought to the show ring very well. Lower line is very, very good. That particular gilt just needs to have more when you crawl in behind the livestock. She's considerably flatter and narrower out through her pin set than is our class winner. The young man's blue gilt that's going to go ahead and be third, shapely, raw, just a little too lean for me in a breeding gilt scenario to get around our first and second. My compliments to those kids on a job well done.
Winning class 24 is Creed Menon. Second goes to Grayson Stevens, and third to John Pelling. That brings us to class 25 crossbred gilts. Class 26 crossbred gilts, make your way to the holding pens. Class 27, make your way up as well. Class 26 and 27 crossbred gilts, make your way to the holding pens.
And we've got 4 showmen in this class 25 of the crossbred gilts. Maisie Galvin, Finley Schoon, Carter Klein, and Landon Kreider. And speaking of names, we'd like to thank our sponsors once again: Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding. We couldn't do this without you. As the gates are open for this Class 25, the second class of 6 total classes in this crossbred gilt. As we said, if you are planning to make a run for the concession stand after we crown the champion and reserve of the cross gilt, we're going to be taking a break. Those breaks have typically gone from anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, so just make sure that you keep it tuned to HoosierlandTV.com. And remember, you can always come back and rewatch, and then have somebody else watch for the very first time with them. Everything is archived, and you can also go back and check out some of the happenings of the fair. Melissa and myself were here last night for a fabulous sheep competition. And then that morning, we were there for the beef. Future programming on HoosierlandTV.com. Remember, at 5 o'clock this evening, Wednesday, we're going to be hanging out with the goats. And it looks like the weather's going to be a little bit nicer than it was last year, as we were having some major thunderstorms in the area. There is an air quality alert out there for today, so just be aware of that, along with the heat. Definitely give yourself an extra break, and plenty of water today as well. Then, of course, on Thursday night, Melissa is going to be with her 4-H fans and friends in the broadcast booth for Supreme Showmanship, which Melissa has promised that could turn into a relative podcast, as she just lets the kids take it from there. That's going to be Thursday evening around 5 o'clock. Our judge seems to be ready.
Well, folks, we've got one out here, and if you can't find her, then we can't be friends. Young lady's belted gilt there in the blue wins, and does so for fun. That thing is pretty bomb diggity in my mind. You bring them like that to me today, we're going to have a fun morning in the crossbred gilt show. Young man there in the blue is going to, with the blue gilt, is going to be second. She's the next best one in terms of skeletal width and correctness. I think a nice place to go ahead and be second. Young man's belted gilt is in 3. I think a gilt that's safer, more correct in terms of her build than the gilt that's in 4th. She needs more stoutness to play with the others in this particular drive. Young lady's calico gilt, sustained an injury. She's stout, but she's pretty bow-legged when you get in behind her. So need to fix her there to make her more competitive. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
All right, results of Class 25. First goes to Finley Schoen. Second to Landon Kreider. Third, Carter Klein. And fourth to Maisie Galvin. It brings us to Class 26 crossbred gilts. Class 27, 28 crossbred gilts. Make your way to the holding pens. Again, exhibitors, quick reminder that at the end of the gilt drive here, we will have a short break, about 5 to 10 minutes at most, between the gilts and the barras.
And with that, Finley Schoen is your winner in that class, the 230-pound class, as I'm going to call it. The judge described Finley's crossbred gilt as bomb diggity, so we will have to see how he feels about the 240-250 Class 26 with Laney Hamilton, Logan Kirkendall, Ashton Abbott, Taylor Hillis, and Wesley Wainscott. Wesley Wainscott's weighing in at 251 pounds for the top spot, although Taylor Hillis and Ashton Abbott, both of their crossbred gilts, weighing in at 250 pounds as well. As our public address announcer said, that we're going to be taking a short 5 to 10 minute break after we crown the champion and the reserve of the crossbred gilts. We're currently in Class 26. We've got to get to Class 29 before we start crowning any champions or reserves. It looks like our judge is ready to go, and we'll turn it down to the floor once again.
Undoubtedly one of the deeper classes that we've had today, and I think you have I know you have three that are up for debate and where you want to put some things together. You know, for me, the one that I come back to, that proportions good. She is the heaviest legged, and when you set her in motion, she's as good as any in terms of comfort and ease off both ends of her body. The young lady's blue belted gilt's going to go ahead and win this particular class. The off-belted gilt that's in the center is going to go ahead and be second. She's the next most like our class winner when you view her from the side. She's a little shorter there in the step that she takes from behind. She doesn't have that freshness, that roll to the center portion of her body cavity, as does our class winner. The young man that is a first or third scenario with the all-black gilt, that thing is as wide as a Mack truck when she comes at you. She's just as wide when she leaves you. She can get a little out of bounds when you crawl in behind the livestock. For me, she's too wide. She's too round and low to the ground, if you will. I need to elevate that one, air her up off both ends to make her crawl inside the top two. The belted gilt that's here in front of me is one that needs to find her way into the top four. She's tall-fronted, she's long-hipped, but the bloodwort gilt just needs to pack more punch for me. And then the young lady's gilt that has an injury there that's going to round us out. A nice hog, just needs to obviously get around just a shot better. My compliments to those kids. Please put your hands together.
Results of Class 26. First goes to Taylor Hillis. Second to Logan Kirkendall. Third, Ashton Abbott. Fourth, Wesley Wainscott. And fifth, Laney Hamilton. That brings us to Class 27 crossbred gilts. Class 28 crossbred gilts be in the holding pens. Class 29, start making your way up.
And we're moving our way across with new Swine in the arena, but a new person in the booth, Melissa Miller. How was the morning show today? Give us the results.
Thank you. Morning show was great. We had some great kids to talk to, and then we talked to Hillary Guppy from the Fair Council about how it's been going so far and what's up and coming yet. Because this is only Wednesday, folks. We're only halfway through the fair. And not even quite halfway through the fair, because this is Wednesday morning. So, a lot more fair to go this week. But right now, the focus is on the Clinton County 4-H Swine Show, brought to you by Loveless Welding, Circle Supply, Newell Gas, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, and Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County. We want to thank them for allowing us to be here and bring this excellent swine show to you. The judge was not kidding when he said he was going to move quickly because of the heat and to make it easier on these kids too. And we're already in Class 27 of...
As a reminder, swine exhibitors, as we wind down here at the end of the gilts, we will have, again, just a short 7 to 10 minute break in between the gilts and the barrows. And also remember that both the gilt and the barrow drive will be at the conclusion at the barrow show. So the gilt drive will be at the conclusion of the barrow show along with the barrow drive.
Yeah, we were talking earlier on Party Line that, normally it's usually 11 o'clock or so, sometimes around lunchtime when we get to the break. But this judge moving the start time up a little bit and having a judge that understands that heat can play a factor in these shows, and moving right along with the show, and his selection process is fantastic.
Yeah, and that was one thing that we were kind of chatting about, myself and all of our loyal viewers out there, the Hoosierland TV heartthrobs, if you will, my favorite people in the world. Got a little bit of a to-do in terms of the temperature today from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I've noticed a big difference just from when I went out to start party line to our conclusion of it, just in that hour time. It has really changed out there. The humidity is really rising quickly. And I don't even know where the temperature's at. I just know it's hot and it's sticky.
It was at 76, but I think the feels like temperature was at 86.
I was gonna say you could tell it feels close to 90 out there right now, and here it is only, we're not even to 10 o'clock yet. So
yeah, we used to call days like these no zone action days as well, where you had to wait till about 9:30 at night to mow your yard.
Oh yeah, yesterday I think. About midway through, well, no, we hadn't even started the sheep show. Right about the beginning of the sheep show, I got the alert that said that the air quality was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be another one of those today. Definitely, if you have health issues, please be careful. Watch your little ones, watch your elders. Keep track of them. Make sure they're staying hydrated. Anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes, that's all it takes to.
Well, is there a perfect one in this particular class? No, but I think there's a lot of value, and I know that there's a lot of quality, and I think it becomes rather challenging to maybe put it all together in this particular class. And when that happens for a guy like me, I go back and say, hey, which one do I want to take home? Which one do I want to feed on? Which one to kind of represents as much futuristic look and can get better and better every day? And that's the young man's white gilt. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. That gilt's lower extremities are absolutely wild. And then when you study her from the side, that thing is a rope neck, long-hipped, good-moving one that outbalances and outbuilds the pair of belted gilts in this particular class. Now, if you want to say she's too flat-bodied and doesn't have enough flesh, I'll listen to that argument, but you can't say that she's not the best built one within this particular class. After that, between the pair, there's one that just offers more punch. She's longer in her upper hip. She's better there. If I could change her in the crest of her neck and stouten her at the surface, she can win. Because the center portion of this gilt's rib cage is better. She's bolder out of the backside of her shoulder. She's wider and stouter in her pin set. Her balance and build is where I get a little more concerned, is the crest of her neck. She's a gilt that just needs a shot more feature down low. Young lady, I love the head shape and the way that this gilt's presented up front. Man, that thing is absolutely lights out up front, the way she ties her neck into her shoulder. She's flat-backed and level. At the same time, she's the shortest tipped of our initial three. She's a gilt that wants to put pressure on the outside of her body wall. She's a gilt that's not as big pinned either when you crawl in behind her. The gilt that comes out next, certainly one that has a stout feature about her. She's good jawed. She's got shape. She's just not as elite in her look and elite in her balance as that trio that we left out here to start this particular class. And then the gilt that runs us out. Gilt that just needs to get around better. I want to balance her up, drop her spine, make her more comfortable when you set her in motion. Nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Results of Class 27, first, Creed Menon. Second, Mackenzie Julian. Third, Mason Miller. Fourth, Kara Purley. And fifth, Therette Snyder. That brings us to Class 28 crossbred gilts. Class 29 crossbred gilts being the holding pins. And first and seconds to be on the ready.
Coming in the ring, exhibiting Class 28 crossbred gilts, you're going to see Jackson Shoup, Carly Davison, Wayne Galvin, Braden Hillis, and Kendall Russell. These gilts are going to be ranging in weight. With crossbreds, you do check them by weight. they're going to be 268 to 286. So not quite 20-pound difference.
The further up we go, the bigger they get.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can remember back when you wanted your hogs to weigh 250, 260, and now Gilts or market, either way, they're wanting them anywhere around 270 to 290, or even a little more than that. So it's definitely changed over the years, and of course, feed experimenting with different feed products and figuring out what gets you the best product, and you still want that lean, mean growing machine. You know, you want bacon with a little bit of fat, but not much. The world has gone a lot leaner, a lot healthier, and of course pork, the other white meat. We always talk about that anyway, but. Even by those standards, everything's a lot leaner now, and still finding the right feed to get you that lean meat, but still have that excellent taste and quality when it's prepared. It's not always how you prepare it. It's got to be a good cut of meat, too. And that's one of the things that a lot of people don't realize 4-H teaches these kids. That's one of the things they have to learn. They have to learn how to raise a good,
very good class of cross gilts and some depth that I think provides a lot of value. But the young man on the far side's got our class winner. That gilt is the combination of balance, build, and power. She is considerably the best chested. She packs that kind of punch through her mid-rib and body. Her fore-rib and flank is good. She's longer hipped, than a gilt out here, and she packs more punch. Young lady there in the pink is going to go ahead and be second. That gilt's getting ouchy up front, and you can probably tell that on the concrete. That gilt just needs to have more. When you crawl in behind her, she needs to have more punch into her mid-rib and forebody. I think a gilt, though, that she is longer hipped than our gilt that's going to be in second. Young man that's got the Space Jam J's here is going to go ahead and be 3. I love that thing up front. Her head shape, her back is very good. I need to see that gilt step and drive with a little bit longer there as she goes. Her upper hip is just too short. The young lady's calico is next. I like that gilt in terms of her head shape and her stoutness of feature. She just gets outpowered and out-freshened within this class. And then the young man that rounds us out, gilt that just needs to be corrected there in terms of her hip and hind leg. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Winning class 28 is Jackson Shoup in second. Carly Davison third goes to Braden Hillis. Fourth, Kendall Russell. And fifth to Wayne Galvin. That brings us to class 29, the final class of crossbred gilts. Let's go ahead and get those first and second places of the crossbred gilts up here to the holding pens. And again, at the conclusion of the crossbred gilt drive, there'll be a 7 to 10 minute break in between the first class of barrows.
The gilt show is almost over with until we get to the end of the full show, and we bring them back out to do the grand drive of all the breeds. It'll give the gilts a chance to rest, possibility of giving their owners a chance to rest unless they have barrows, and they're going to be back out here in the ring.
Yeah, they've been pretty busy so far this morning.
Yeah, I got to admit the show ring is still really, really nice, very cool.
And it was upgraded more recently, wasn't it?
As cool as it could get. I mean, a lot more fans. Of course, we got the big misting cooling fans pointed right at the ring, one on each end, so they're getting that as well. But then we got the big cattle fans, and of course the overhead fan. It's been sped up today from what it was yesterday.
Anyone who's ever done summer basketball workouts will recognize those gigantic fans anywhere, whether it's in a show arena or in a basketball arena in Indiana during the summer.
Yep.
Those are a staple.
Yeah, we had 4 of them sitting, 1 on each corner because the gym was so hot. In the ring right now, we have Finley Griffin. She's got 2 entries, so I think she has her aunt's going to bring in her other one. Also, Cooper Dunn and Clay Snyder. Well, Finley told us on Monday when she was on Party Line that she was going to wear her hair up and have a pretty bow, and by George, she was right.
Very good class across us to round us out here, and we have a very good class winner. Young lady there in the red, that one proportions, her balance, her build. She's stouter than the rest. She's better built than the rest. She's the place to go ahead and start. I think the question for me is in the middle pair. In terms of where you want to put your priorities and where it all kind of fits together. And for me, that's where the challenge lies. There's one that's just better built from the side. She's more elite in her look. She's a gilt that still packs enough punch, and she's sounder and more flexible out of her hind leg, and that's the young man here's blue gilt. She's going to go ahead and be second. Young lady there in the blue, that one's shorter backed and stouter than our second place gilt. There's no question. She's broader and bolder through the center portion of her midrib, but at the same time, I need to lengthen her out of her upper hip and allow her hind leg to move with more flexibility. The young man here with the white gilt that's going to go ahead and be 4. A gilt that's got power and spread to the top side of her skeleton. She just needs more stoutness down low to match the spread and dimension she's got up high. But a very good class of crossbred gilts. My compliments to those kids.
Winning Class 29 crossbred gilts is Finley Griffin, second to Cooper Dunn, third Finley Griffin, and fourth to Clay Snyder. That brings us to our champion crossbred gilt drive. Again, exhibitors that are showing bearers, there will be a short 5 to 10 minute break after this drive before we start that first class of bearers.
As they get those first place crossbred gilts into the holding pins here, Creed Menon's going to be coming in out of class 24. Also, Finley Schoen coming out of class 25. Taylor Hill is coming out of 26. Creed Menon out of class 27. Jackson Shoup out of class 28, and Finley Griffin out of class 29. They're all going to be coming into the ring to show for champion crossbred gilt. The second place animals out of those classes has also been instructed to come up to the ring into the holding pins, because they will bring whatever animal gets chosen, they will bring that second place animal into the ring to be considered for reserve.
Yeah, ready for that first break, and then afterwards only 20 more classes until we get closer and closer to showmanship, trying to keep the hogs as calm and cool as possible, because this afternoon going to be a scorcher, definitely.
Creed Menon is our, I believe.
Well, folks, it's been a very, very good crossbred gilt show, and you can make a case out here for a few of them to be reserved, but our champion is undeniable. It's like bringing a Ferrari to the county fair. And guys, the only thing that makes me worried about this one is making sure that she gets up, she eats, she stays healthy before your state fair. She's on a different planet, in my opinion. Young lady in the blues, got your champion.
Finley Schoen.
Just as much as I thought our champion is non-negotiable, when we start to put all the positives together, where they're fitting together, build, balance, bone, feature, all the things that need to go on, and which one of these can I think make the next generation better. I think it's a 2-horse race. For me, when we start to talk about him, I talked to the young man there in the light blue. That gill can get just a little out back, and where he puts his hand, that gill wants to drop her tail. It accentuates the fact that she's a little bit of a kicker in terms of her hind leg. Man, she's elite looking up front. She's balanced in terms of her lines. I need to see her go different behind. Young lady there in the red, where we're talking about hogs that have body and boldness and punch. For me, I think it gets rather close because of the elite pieces of one. I think there's one that's just better. She's better livestock. She's better built. She's better constructed. Young lady in the red, you got her. Congratulations.
Finley Griffin is your reserve champion.
Congratulations. Your champion crossbred gilt goes to Finley Schoen, and your reserve champion to Finley Griffin. It is 10:01, so at 10:10 we will start the Barra Show. 10:10 we will start the Barra Show.
That was pretty matter-of-factly there.
Yep.
In case anybody doesn't know, Rick Burns, affectionately known as Ricky, from his Carroll County school days and his 4-H showing days, a big sheep shower, and known Rick for years. Was excited when he told me he was going into Ag Ed when I was talking to him as a FFA member, and to have him at Clinton Central in the Ag department is fantastic. So
he has his own distinctive style of speaking.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
That is well known throughout the county.
Yeah, Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns. Got to make sure we get that Mr. on there now, because he's not a kid anymore. He is a genuine, and a lot of people will say, is he really an ag teacher? Yes, he is. He went to Purdue. He got the degree. He is an ag teacher. So, but yes, very knowledgeable young man. And we are so fortunate, very fortunate in our county to have fantastic ag teachers that were also 4-H kids. Mm-hmm. I mean, as far as I know, they all were 4-H kids, and they dearly love teaching the kids. They love agriculture, and they all come out here and help out and volunteer, or they're in Carroll County helping too. I can't get that out too, because some of them are up there helping out in Carroll County. So their fair is going on at the same time as ours. We're here doing the Swine Show here in Clinton County right now, thanks to our sponsors, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding. And then tomorrow morning you'll be able to watch the Carroll County Swine Show starting at 7:30 in the morning because of the heat. They'll be starting at 7:30 right here on Hoosierland TV. Michael's going to be going up there, and he's going to be broadcasting that one.
It's going to be a good one. And then later that evening, tomorrow night, you've got your baby, Melissa.
Yeah, back in here for showmanship here at the Scott D. Walker Memorial Show Arena. And we'll be broadcasting live here on Hoosierland TV, the 10-year member recognition for all the 10-year members of Clinton County 4-H, and then move on to the Supreme Showman, of which we know some of our showmen so far that are going to be competing, and we're waiting to find out the rest of them. We're very close.
There could be a few competitors in this swine show that not only have an opportunity to do very well in this show, but also take home the ultimate prize on Thursday night as well too. So
very much so. In fact, I think I would have to ask her. She's showing though, but I can't ask her. But I believe last year's champion represented the swine barn, Grayson Stevens. Of course, she's a multi-species shower, so
yes.
But she was our winner last year, and she's a 10-year member this year. So this year she's has the opportunity to just sit back and I won't say relax, because she doesn't relax. That's not her mindset. But she does get to maybe enjoy it just a little bit more. It's not as intense for her. I would think, I don't know, I'd have to ask Grayson, but Grayson Stevens has also been the one singing the national anthem for every show.
Yeah, all of Clinton County very well represented with each of the 4 individual schools.
Mm-hmm.
They've been posting on social media. We've had not just ag teachers, but math teachers, social studies teachers from all 4 of the county schools out here rooting on their kids.
Yep, everybody here supporting their kids, and we love to see that.
Yep.
Absolutely love to see that. We hate it for them because we know some of them are actually going back and forth to the schools already, getting ready for when they welcome the students back at the end of the month. But
there are cars in the parking lots as we speak. We don't have a live look at them, but I can definitely vouch that there are cars in the parking lots.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was one of the things that Hillary mentioned as well, because she's also a school teacher, and she's trying to do fair council, and then she's going to be getting ready to go back to the classroom.
Oh,
yeah. So a lot going on. It's going to be fun. Absolutely going to be fun. My partner in crime just walked up behind us and was writing something down, and then she disappeared. So I don't know if that was supposed to be for my benefit or what.
Well, the last couple of times she has hit us with those papers. So we did not get hit by Cindy Loveless this time. So
well, that must be just a you thing, because she hasn't hit me yet.
She told me that was company policy. What are you talking about? She said that happens to everybody. I think somebody fibbed.
I think you're getting snowed.
Yeah, I think somebody lied just a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're getting snowed.
Got our 2-minute warning, so if you are heading to the concession stand or the restroom, hopefully the line's not too long if you're watching at home.
Yeah, you're out here. If you're out here, you're listening on the live stream. A lot of people listen on their phones while they're watching the show. Junior Leader Stand is open. They've been open since early this morning for breakfast, and I'm sure they're already preparing to start lunch. Pork burgers and hamburgers, and they make a mean walking taco.
All right, Bear exhibitors, let's start bringing up Class 30 Berkshire Bears to the holding pens. I'd like to start the next 2 to 3 minutes. So Berkshire Bears, start making your way to the holding pens.
Do our little pan to the left. Sunday drive, as my wife's grandmother used to say, just get in the car for a Sunday drive. And I said, were you going out just to enjoy the sights? She'd be like, no, we'd go check on the neighbors, see what they're doing, and then we'd check on our other neighbors and see what they were doing. Just being nosy, trying to see what everybody's up to.
Well, and if you
see who's there.
You're seeing them water down the shavings because you think they're shavings. Why are they watering them down? Well, they're kicking up a lot of dust, and the dust not only bothers the kids that are showing, but it bothers the pigs too.
Yep.
So they're out there watering another one of our many 4-H volunteers out there watering down the show arena.
Yeah, the Zyrtec has definitely been enjoyed, not just by the humans in my household, but also the critters, too.
Oh, yeah.
As our adjudicator makes a
athletic
jump.
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought...
Sir, you can go through the door, my man.
I thought Carrie was going to make the jump.
Berkshire exhibitors, Berkshire Bear exhibitors, let's get Class 30 and 31 making your way to the holding pens. Class 30 and 31, Berkshire Bears, make your way to the holding pens.
You're not going to be singing bass in the church choir if you hit that just right, too. So you got to be careful on that jump.
Well, like you were talking about, teachers out here from different schools, all the schools representing and supporting their kids. Now, I know she's also a 4-H mom, but she's also a 10-year 4-H member previous, and that was
also Swine exhibitors. Don't forget
Carrie Rule
that
out there.
Swine showmanship sign up is here behind the announcer stand, back by the holding pen. So if you want to do showmanship, come sign up here behind the announcer stand, close to the holding pens. Also, first-year members do not leave before the grand drives. There will be a presentation for you. First-year members stay for the grand drives.
I've been looking around at all the chairs that everybody's sitting in, and I don't have the tall the tall director's chair like you do. I have the smaller one.
Well,
the short one. I do like this though. This is really cool.
There was a little bit of a discussion on that very thing at my house. I call it a director's chair, but my wife is referring to it as Kyle's high chair. So what that is a commentary on, I do not know. So
I'll have to ask her.
I honestly think that the high chair is probably going to be used more often than not. But yeah, I remember the way back when it was a bunch of yarn and you wove it through and you could make an IU or a Purdue symbol with the chair, and now you can kick back, relax. We've got some rocking chairs out here.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I thought,
small
man,
tables.
The ones with the hydraulics on them are the rocking chairs, and it's like, I'm thinking, my husband's going to love me, but I think we're going to be investing in some more chairs.
An Amazon 4.4 star special, as I like to call it. So.
My granddaughters love to, especially my littlest one. My littlest one loves to rock. And every time she gets on my lap, she wants Mamaw to rock. And it doesn't matter where we're sitting on a picnic table or what. And Mamaw's finding out that trying to rock that almost 30-pound baby without an actual rocking chair is starting to work on the old back. So
absolutely.
So yeah, I'm thinking I might just have to invest in one of those.
Yeah, Melissa, that puts it.
Keep a little bit happy.
Yeah, that puts me in mind to make sure I share on Instagram to all my loyal followers out there.
All your different chairs.
My children, my children chairs. My high chair, obviously, and then of course my regular chair
that's funny.
Can vary the heights, low or high, depending on how you're feeling in the evening.
Well, we're getting ready to kick off this. We're moving on from that. We're getting ready to kick off the 2026 Clinton County 4-H Fair, the Barrow Show portion of the Swine Show, brought to you by Newell Gas, Circle Supply, Loveless Welding, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC, Swine Health Services, and Healthy Communities of Clinton County. We thank them for their help in making this show possible on Hoosierland TV, along with all our Hoosierland TV sponsors.
All right, Swine exhibitors, Class 30s entering in the ring. Class 31, make your way. At this time, I would like to go ahead and introduce our evaluator for this morning's hog show, Mr. Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan. He's a graduate of Black Hawk East, Kansas State University. Doug was a member of the 2008 Reserve National Champion judging team. Albright Swine Farms runs approximately 250 show pig sows and sells pork into various wholesalers. He has judged shows in 37 states, including the Exposition, the Oklahoma Youth Expo, and San Antonio Stock Show. He and his wife, Dana, have an 8-year-old Kaiser and a 4-year-old Nora. They enjoy showing pigs. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Doug Albright here to Clinton County.
In the ring, Lauren Brown, Alex Davison.
Here in our first class of Berkshire,
Dunn
there's a
and Graham
runaway
Osler.
that's just the most genuine. He looks like a show bearer that's on the way up, and I'd be really excited about my chances if I had one like this going to your state fair. Young lady there on the far side has our class winner here in the first class of Berkshires. He's simply the most genuine. He's the best balanced one. He's the biggest legged one. He just needs to win. Young man's got one that comes next in a hog that he balances proportions very well. A hog, though, that when you start talk about genuine muscle and turn to their back shape. He's a little blander there. He's a bear that's a little frailer and closes just a shade when you get in behind him. The young man there in the striped shirt, that's going to be 3. I think a hog that's got a ton of power, a ton of spread, but a bear that doesn't balance like our first and second. And then the young man here that rounds us out. A bear that could be just a notch fresher in his presentation. A hog that has muscle, just needs a shot more feature. A nice class to get us started. Put your hands together for those kids.
First place for that class goes to Lauren Brown, second to Cooper Dunn, third Graham Osler, and fourth Alex Davison as Rick gets new batteries put in his mic over there. We're getting ready to move into Class 31 Berkshire Barrows weighing 245 to 266. Maisie Galvin, Austin Butler, and Grayson Stevens will be exhibiting those animals.
And Melissa, so far our judge has offered to take home at least 2 or 3 when it came to the gilt, so I'm interested to see how he's going to proposition the kids to take home some of their barrows as well.
When he's talking gilts, he's talking about taking them home and putting them into the farm.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he was talking about.
What they say, 250 sows?
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
Usually 8 to 9 per litter, depending on which one you got.
Yeah, and you hope for an average of 10 or more. But,
yeah.
But yeah. So that's got to be pretty high. That's high standards for those kids that he wanted their gilts.
Definitely.
We've got a runaway here in this class of Berkshires. Young lady on the far side's got our class winner. He's simply the balanced one. That's the best one when you put him in motion. He's the long-fronted, tall-shouldered one that packs enough punch when you get into him. And ideally, you'd give him just a shot more flair to his stifle and hip and ham, but a hog that balances well, looks like a show barra when you get him off to the side. The challenge for me was between second and third and where you put your priorities. I thought the hog is just a shot more mobile and a little stouter there at the surface as the young man on the far side. He's going to go ahead and be second. The young lady's going to be 3. I think a barra that has a look of productivity about him, but he's also the frailest and the most refined down low. Nice class, good class winner. My compliments to them. Put your hands together for those Berkshire exhibitors.
All right, that brings us to our champion Berkshire Barra Drive. Chester Barras being the holding pins. Duroc Barras 33 and 34. Duroc Barras class 33 and 34. Make your way to the holding pins. Results of your class 30 Berkshire Barras first went to Lauren Brown. Second, Cooper Dunn. Third, Graham Osler. And fourth, Alex Dunn. Out of class 31, first, Grayson Stevens. Second, Austin Butler. And third goes to Maisie Galvin. Again, our champion Burke drives in the ring. Chester Barras being the holding pins. Class 33 and 34, Duroc Barras, make your way to the holding pins. Class 33, 34, Duroc Barras, make your way to the holding pins.
A very good pair of Berkshire Barras to tie together here in this particular drive. And, there's one that's just a shot more genuine. When you get in behind him, he's more genuine through his mid-body. I think he's a bear that's bolder and more shaped up high. Our champion's going to be the lightweight. The reserve's going to be the heavy.
Congratulations. Your champion Berkshire Barra goes to Lauren Brown and your reserve champion to Grayson Stevens. That brings us to class 32, Chester Barras. Class 33 and 34, Duroc Barras, make your way to the holding pins. Class 35, Hemp Barras, start making your way up as well. Class 34, 33, 34, Duroc Barras to the holding pins. Class 35, start making your way up as well.
And Melissa, you were talking about the texture and the taste of the meat produced. That is kind of the prime of the prime with the Berkshires out there, the heritage hog,
yes,
if you will. We're talking beef. This is the type of pork that, you only get on certain special occasions because it's pretty expensive when you get it in that restaurant.
Yeah, most definitely.
young man in the yellow has got our runaway champion in this particular division. And not only is he just the best one in this particular breed, but he's a very good one for the breed. Love his build, love his presence, love his balance. A hog that packs enough punch, presented extremely well. I think a very, very nice place to start. A hog that is just the next most genuine in terms of his rib cage and body dimension. This young man here in the light purple is going to go ahead and be reserved. I'd like to make him more elevated up front, balance him just a shot better. But man, he does pack more punch than our third. Young man there in the green's got our third. And if you want to bone him out, you could get behind that particular pig. He's got large appendages. He is just simply the flattest and the narrowest when you get into him from a meat animal shape and market hog perspective. But a nice class of Chesters. My compliments to those kids.
Congratulations. Your champion Chester Bear goes to Maddox Thompson. Your reserve champion to Cody Pickard. And third in class goes to Brentley Morris. That brings us to class 33, Duroc Bears. Class 34, Duroc Bears being the holding pins. Class 35, Hampshire Bears, make your way up to the holding pins. And class 36, Herefords, be on the ready.
Two classes of Durocs getting ready to walk in the ring. Duroc, and when you get into the purebreds, Duroc and Hampshires are probably the two most sought after. And great mothers. Absolutely wonderful mothers. Landrace, another breed that's excellent mothers. A lot of times you can, maybe you'll have one female that'll have more pigs than what she can nurse. You can graft them over to another in these breeds, and they'll just adopt them and take them on.
Yeah, very good for 4-Hers to have as a project on the farm just because of their nature and, like you said, their maternal instincts as well.
Well, and a lot of people like Durocs because of their length. If you get to looking at them, they just seem a lot longer.
Got that mahogany look to them as well, so it goes well with the coffee table any time of the year.
Very logical place to start is the young lady in the blue. That hog has got show bearer proportions and a very good look when you see him from the side. And then he's also the most open when you get into him from a body shape and width and skeleton standpoint. From an ideally perspective, I'd kind of bring him back in from behind just ever so slightly. But he's the hog that's got the most just real meaty animal shape, muscularity combined with balance. I think the fight becomes really close when you start to study him for what is second within this particular class. I think you could go one of two ways, and for me, there's one that's just more mobile when you set him in motion. He's a hog that's just looser built, maybe not as neat from his look, but a hog that's just better in his joints. And that's the young man there in the purple is going to go ahead and be second. Young lady in the striped shirt is going to be 3. He's shorter backed and neater looking and taller fronted. He's got swelling in his back right. He needs to get around just to shade better for me. The young lady there in the purple is going to go ahead and be 4. A very basic, correct, fault-free type of barra that just needs to be taller fronted and balanced just a shot better from the side. Young man there in the green is going to round us out. A big scaled hog that just needs more to him, in my opinion. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids. Look forward to the rest of them.
Winning class 33, Lauren Davis, second, Cody Pickard, third, Victoria Vanderwall, fourth, Evelyn Russ, and fifth to Brentley Morris. That brings us to class 34, Duroc Bears. Class 35, Hampshire Bears, make your way to the holding pins. Class 36, Hereford Bears, make your way to the holding pins as well. Class 35, Hampshire. Class 36, Hereford Bears, make your way to the holding pins.
Our second class of Durocs getting ready to enter the ring, ranging in weight from 282 to 295, exhibited by Clay Snyder, Owen Snyder, Carly Davison, Jackson Trineri, and Hunter Wellman. Again, if you're just tuning in to Hoosierland TV, you're watching the 2026 Clinton County 4-H Swine Show. We are in the purebred barrow portion of the show with our second class of Durocs. After this, we will have our champion and reserve Duroc chosen and move on after that. Actually, we have three class. We will move on from that into our class of Hampshires. Michael brought me I have a nice wooden chair that has a back on it and spins and stuff, but Michael makes sure I have the nice padded bar stool.
Yes.
And not because I like bar stools, but he knows that I like to get up and down, and it's a little easier for me to get up and down on.
Very nice pair of Duroc barrows on the top end of this particular class, and I think when you get in front of them or get in behind them, there's the difference. There's one that I really like when you view parts and pieces of him from the side. He just needs to be better coming and going in terms of a width perspective. The basic, correct, fault-free one when you start to study him from a rib cage and muscularity perspective. The young man on the far side is going to have our class winner. Young lady's going to be reserve or second here. I love that thing from the side in terms of his presence and his jawline, and I think she knows it when I was trying to come in right in front of him. Needs to be better in his knee. And that tells the story from their back. He's the flattest in his mid-body, and he wants to taper and funnel when you get in behind him. I love him from the side. We just need to be better coming right at you. After that, I think it's a really debatable trio for third through fifth. For me, the young man right here is going to be 3. He just packs more punch. He's more open in his rib. He's bolder and broader in his back line. I think a barra that just needs to have more balance to get into the top pair within this particular group. After that, the young man there on the far side packs just a shot more punch. He's a nice balanced barra from the side. He's just too flat in his just general makeup. And the same goes for the young man on the far side. Balance and build's very, very good. He just needs more muscle, in my opinion. Nice class on the top end. My compliments to those kids.
Results of Class 34. First goes to Jackson Trenary. Second to Carly Davison. Third, Hunter Wellman. Fourth, Owen Snyder. And fifth, Clay Snyder. That brings us to our champion Duroc Drive. Class 35, Hampshire Bears being the holding pins. Class 36, Hereford Bears, make your way to the holding pins. Class 37, Landrace Bears, start making your way out of the barn.
In the ring right now, going for champion Duroc, Lauren Davis from Class 33 and Jackson Trenary from Class 34. And the second place animals are also in the ring.
It's been a nice Barra show, Duroc Barra show.
and
There's one that's just simply
Carly
the most
Davison.
complete. Sometimes that word has a negative connotation, but there's one that's just the most complete from a build, squareness, kind perspective. I think the battles for reserve, one's on the edge for width, one's just too narrow. How you start to put those things together, for me, I have the way I like him. Young man out of the heavy class is champion. Young lady out of the light class is reserve.
Congratulations, your champion Duroc Bears, Jackson Trenary, and your reserve champion to Lauren Davis. That brings us to Class 35, Hampshire Bears. Class 36, Hereford's being the holding pins. Class 37, Landrace Bears, make your way to the holding pins. Class 38, Poland Bears, make your way out of the holding pins as well. And 39 spots be on the ready.
Sorry, every once in a while I have to shut Kyle's mic off.
You know, if Sam had $1
I'm just
for
kidding.
every time he wanted to and did, I think he would have at least 5, 10 broadcast stations of his own. So,
Michael doesn't
Certainly
like to
some
talk
give
on
and
the
take
mic,
on the
so
tap
I
end of
have
these. In his, in his general build, another one that can be a little longer in his upper hip, but the way he uses it and travels out of his hind leg is a little tucked and a little bowy for me. That's the deciding factor. I'd listen to any argument. My preference is this young man's going to be our champion. Young man right here is going to be reserved. Our third place, a very basic, round-bodied type of Hampshire Barra. He needs to be better built and have more muscle shape. But a nice class. Put your hands together for those Hampshire exhibitors.
Congratulations, your champion, Hampshire Barra goes to Creed Menon. Your reserve champion to Braden Hillis, and third in class goes to Hayden Skiles. That brings us to Class 36, Hereford Barras, Class 37, Landrace, Class 38, Poland, and Class 39, Spot Barras. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 37, Landrace, 38, Poland, 39, Spots. Make your way to the holding pens.
yeah, Melissa, I think if there was a population of people who at one time or another wanted to mute my microphone or just mute me entirely, I think you could populate New York City twice. So you are not alone in that.
Well, Michael and I were discussing some production things, and he does not like to be on the air, so I had to mute our mics so I could talk to him before. Otherwise, he might walk out on us, and we don't want that.
No.
No, we need Michael. Michael he's the glue to everything.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain, if you will.
Yeah, only this one knows what he's doing.
That's true. That's very true.
All right, getting ready to enter the ring, or you can see them in there with their Herefords. Name is similar to the Hereford calf, and that's, you look at the color and you look at the white and the red and kind of auburn, that coloring, they look very similar to a Hereford calf, and that's part of the
Non-negotiable champion, young lady there in the purple. That is a very good built Hereford Barra that's square, dense, and powerful. Maybe he's not as stout-legged as our reserve, but he's square built, longer hipped, better moving. Young man that's got the blaze face Barra that comes next. Man, that thing is short-backed and neat-looking, and all the fun things we want to talk about it. As a show judge, I need to make him square and longer hipped as we set him in motion. I think the battle out here is for third. And for me, the hog that's just more elevated, that still packs enough punch, is the young man there in the blue. He's going to be 3. A hog that just gets outboned and outpowered in this class. The young lady that's closest to me with a more traditionally marked Barra is going to go ahead and be 4th. A hog that's got muscle, he's got shape and product. A hog that needs to be better balanced in terms of his length to height ratio, but a very good pig. The wide belted Barra there, hog that's got a lot of muscle in the top side of his body. I need to have more punch when you get in behind him. Nice class of Herefords. Put your hands together for those kids.
Kind of waiting on our Hereford results. Our judge kind of buzzed through those fairly quick, so we were getting some of them mixed up in the
Results
ring.
of Class 36. Your champion Hereford Barra goes to Olivia Ritchie. Your reserve to Carson Neal. 3rd in class to Wesley Wainscott. 4th to Graham Osler. 5th, Adeline Klein. And 6th is Ada Parsons. Class 37 in the ring, Landrace Barras. Class 38, Poland's. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 39 and 40, Spot Barras. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 38, Poland's. Class 39 and 40, Spot Barras. Make your way to the holding pens.
Coming in the ring
A
right
nice
now.
class of Landrace hogs out here. The hog that just opens better, balances better, it's got a shot more feature. Young man there in the black is going to have your champion. Young man there in the blue is going to be reserve. I like that bear from the side. He's a good-shaped bear that's maybe taller fronted than our champion. It's a dog that gives up too much in terms of muscle in the seat of his pants and feature. Then the young man over here is going to be third. All the meat animal shape you could ever want. Just need to make him better built. Congratulations to those landrace exhibitors.
Yeah, if I see her.
Your champion landrace bear goes to Jacob Trineri. Your reserve champion to Wesley Wainscott, and third in class goes to Hunter Williams. That brings us to class 38 Poland bears. Class 39, 39, and 40 spot bears, make your way to the holding pens. Class 41, start making your way out of the barn. Class 39, 40 to the holding pens. Class 41, Tamworth, start making your way out of the barn.
We have two Poland Chinas coming into the ring. Alex Davison and Kendall Osler. This will also be for champion and reserve. And then we'll move on to Poland Chinas. And I am actually that's what we're looking. We'll get to champion and reserve out of here with our Poland Chinas. And then we have two classes of spots getting ready to come out after this.
Young man's got your champion Poland. He's simply the best built. He's the most comfortable in his skeleton. A hog that packs just enough punch to call him acceptable, but I think he does so and wins on build alone. The young lady's got a stouty for sure. Big backed and big ended. He just needs to be squared up and sounder in his skeleton. Put your hands together for those Poland exhibitors.
Your champion Poland bear goes to Alex Davison, and your reserve champion goes to Kendall Osler. That brings us to class 39 spot bears, class 40 being the holding pens class.
Of course, we want to thank our sponsors for letting us be out here bringing
Class 41 and 42 Tamworth bears, make your way to the holding pens. Class 40, 41, 42, make your way to the holding pens.
Hey, I'm impressed Ricky's keeping up. Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton Counties, AMVC, Swine, Health Services, Healthy Communities, Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding, all helping us bring you the 2026 Swine Show here at the Clinton County 4-H Fair. Getting ready to enter the ring, our first class of spot barrows shown by Braylon Kreider, Sawyer Clark, and Grayson Stevens, along with Kara Perlee. Following that, we'll have class 40 as our second class of spot barrows. This first class ranges in weight from 234 to 262. Our second class of spot barrows will range in weight of 264 to 280. Our second class of spot barrows will be shown by Ari Parsons, or Ari Parsons. I got to make sure I get that right because she will correct me later. Ari Parsons and Madeline Ford, Cooper Dunn, and Lauren Brown. I might as well spit that out now because I'm not going to have time in between, I know.
Well, I was calling her Ari, but then I think Ricky said Ari, so.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's Ari.
Class 39 in the ring, class 40 spot bears being the holding pens, class 41 and 42 Tamworth bears come to the holding pens.
Young lady in the flower shirt right here is going to have our class winner, and he's undoubtedly the best one. His build, his balance supersedes this particular class, and he's got just as much power and shape on the top side of his skeleton as any. The young man here in front of me is going to be next. That thing is proportionate, wide, and stout. He just needs to get out and go just a shot better, but I think a very nice place to be second. Young lady 284 is going to be third. I think that hog's got abundance of muscle and shape. Needs to be fresher and better looking when you view him from the side than the young lady that rounds us out. A nice hog that's functional, just needs to pack more punch and power. Nice class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Winning Class 39 is Grayson Stevens. Second in class, Braden Kreider. Third, Kara Purley. And fourth goes to Sawyer Clark. That brings us to Class 40 spot bearers. Class 41, 42 Tamworth bearers being the holding pins. Class 43 Yorkshire bearers start making your way out of the barn.
Again, coming into the ring with his second class of spots bearers is Cooper Dunn, Madeline Ford, Ari Parsons, and Lauren Brown. Madeline Ford, if that name sounds familiar, that is your fair queen out there in the black showing her spot barrow.
And I'm sure she's glad to not have to be wearing the tiara.
Yeah, that would be a little difficult.
As well.
I know the judge has been very consistent in his choosing, and he's not been all over the board, and that's fantastic. Again, it is one man's opinion on this day at this time.
Yeah,
and
very matter of fact too.
Yes, and if there was another judge, it could be a totally different outcome. But you know, that's just part of it.
Yeah.
But these kids have done a really good job. He's liked pretty much. I mean, he hasn't changed much. A lot of the structure has been fairly intact. He has
a really nice pair of spots on the top end of this. For me, the one that just packs more punch, and once she gets them collected, he's the best one. Young lady on the far side is going to win this particular class. That bear is sleek necked. He's good in his pole. I think a bear that's bold in terms of his mid-body. Once she gets him kind of rolling, it all starts to fit together. Now, the young man, this bear is taller fronted. He's a bigger skeleton type of show pig. At the same time, he gets just outdone at the lower part of his body. He's the frailest featured of that pair. He is the bear that just gets flatter everywhere. If you want to talk about his build and his balance, I can get behind that. For me, he's got to be stouter. After that, I think it's a matter of preference. The hog that packs more punch is the young lady in the black and white striped shirt. That bear doesn't just have the balance and build as our initial pair. The young lady on the far side there, a nice hog in terms of meat animal leanness and cutability, but a bear that needs more feature and rib cage. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 40, first goes to Lauren Brown, second to Cooper Dunn, third to Ari Parsons, and fourth to Madeline Ford. That brings us to our champion spot drive. Class 41, 42 Tamworth bears should be in the holding pins. Class 43, start making your way out of the barn.
Coming back in for the champion spot drive is going to be Grayson Stevens with her first place out of the lightweight class, and Lauren Brown with her first place in the heavier weight class. Also, those second place animals will be coming back into the ring. Braylon Kreider from the first class and Cooper Dunn from the second class.
Very nice spotted hog show. And I think you've got to ask yourself, what's enough muscle and what's, flexible enough. And for sure, I deem our champion having enough. And where he supersedes the second in the last class is just his feature down low. For me, I wish our reserve would just get up and gallop the way that we'd all like him to. And that's my issue there. Champion with the young lady here, reserve is our heavy.
Your champion spot bearer goes to Grayson Stevens, and your reserve champion to Lauren Brown. That brings us to Class 41, the Tamworth bearers. Class 42 being the holding pins. Class 43 Yorkshire bearers, make your way to the holding pins. Class 44 Yorkshire bearers, start making your way out of the barn.
First class of Tamworth's coming in the ring right now. Case and Skiles, Sawyer Clark. Evelyn Russ and Gavin Weber.
They are keeping them, moving them in the arena, but also there is a bevy of activity behind the scenes too. So
yeah,
if it seems like it's all calm out here, it probably isn't as calm back behind the scenes. So hats off to those parents and volunteers back there.
There's some county fairs that just don't have that double pin set up.
Yeah.
And we're very fortunate that we do. It makes it so much easier that you can have two classes in there at the same time, one behind the other. Or when you're doing champion drives, you have the champions, breed champions, and then also the reserves back behind them. So it's easy to get them in and out of the ring quickly and efficiently. And
challenging class.
The
hog that's got the most meat animal shape and proportions. I'd like to clean his flank up, but the young lady over here to my right is going to have our class winner. I think the hog that just packs more punch, more squareness of build than the others. The young lady in the pink checkered shirt there, the pink plaid, is going to go ahead and be second. I think a hog that's very basic and correct in his skeleton, hog that just doesn't pack as much punch as our class winner there, but I think he is the second best option within this particular class. The young man's Barra that comes right here, right underneath me, cutability and leanness works in his favor. I felt like he had just more meat animal muscle and shape than the young man that's right in front of me that's going to be 4. Nice class of TAMs. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 41, first goes to Evelyn Russ. Second goes to Sawyer Clark. Third, Kaysen Skiles. And fourth to Gavin Weber. That brings us to Class 42, Tamworth. Class 43 and 44, Yorkshire Bears being the holding pins. Class 43, 44, Yorkshire Bears. Make your way to the holding pins.
Our second class of Tamworth Barrows coming into the ring right now, shown by Michaela Bray, Kenneth Toomey, Gavin Weber, and Lexus.
Class that falls together quite logically, in my opinion. The proportionate, square-built, snout-featured one's right in front of me. He's going to be our class winner. I think a very logical place to start. The young man on the far side is going to go ahead and be second. That hog is the next best one in terms of meat animal muscle, shape, carcass merit. Hog that doesn't balance as well as our class winner, but he's easily the second best one, in my opinion. After that, the young man is going to be third. That's over here to my right. A hog that's big skeleton and comfortable. He just needs more muscle to be more competitive. Same goes for the hog that's going to round us out. Big scaled, just too flat, too narrow to get inside the top 3. My compliments to those Tamworth exhibitors in our second class.
First out of Class 42, Michaela Bray. Second to Kenneth Toomey. Third to Gavin Weber. And fourth to Lexus Zybarth. That brings us to our champion Tamworth Drive.
I feel for him. Some of the names
Class
are
43, 44 Yorkshire Bears being the holding pins. A first class of crossbred bears. Start making your way out of the barn. Class 45, start making your way out of the barn.
Yeah, the only reason why I know that name correction is just because I know her dad. All right, in the ring right now.
Very good pair of Tamworth Bears to win. They've got more punch. They've got more muscle. I think a pair of Bears just have more quality. I think that pair is very good. It's very close. Young lady is going to be our champion. Young man right here is going to be reserved.
Your champion Tamworth Bear goes to Michaela Bray, and your reserve champion to Evelyn Russ. That brings us to Class 43 Yorkshire Bears. Class 44, Yorkshires being the holding pins. Class 45, make your way to the holding pins. In Class 46, start making your way out of the barn.
correction on that. Ricky actually gave us the wrong.
Also, for
reserve
today's
champion on the
events, we'd like to go ahead and
It
thank
is
our
Kenneth
sponsor.
Toomey
The
that has
2026
reserve.
Clinton County 4-H Swine Show is sponsored by the Keystone Charitable Foundation. Keystone Cooperative, your local farmer-owned cooperative, values swine production and the showmen who work so hard on this project. Well done, exhibitors. Keystone Cooperative, centered on you.
Yeah, again, if you didn't hear me, the announcer gave us the wrong reserve on that Tamworth Championship and Reserve Championship drive. Kenneth Toomey is actually your reserve champion. Coming into the ring right now is your first class of Yorkshire Bears. Yeah, boy, I can talk.
Very logical place to start. Young man right here, you've got our class winner out here in this drive. He swallows this class in just sheer width, power up high. And then to couple that with the fact that he's simply the best built, he's the place to start within this particular class. After that, I think you have a pair of potential litter mates in our middle pair, if you will, that I think have, a practical, big-bodied type of look. One that's just got more sheer shape and dimension is the young man here to my right. He's going to go ahead and be second. He's just not as crisp in his shape and as fresh as our class-winning Barra. Wish he was better built and more collected in his top line. Same goes for our Barra that's in 3. I think a stout-headed, stout noggin type of Barra, but he's just a little easier in his back line, a little flatter there when you get in behind him. Then the Barra that rounds us out. A nice, practical type of show pig, just needs to have more punch for me. But a nice class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, please.
Results of Class 43. First goes to Graham Wellman. Second, Clay Snyder. Third, Owen Snyder. And fourth to William Brandt. That brings us to Class 44 Yorkshires. Class 45, 46 crossbred bears. Make your way to the holding pens. Class 45, 46, make your way to the holding pens.
Our second class of Yorkshire Barrows getting ready to come into the ring, exhibited by Lexus Zebarth, Maddox Thompson, and Levi Klein, ranging in weight from 274 to 289.
As we got this brief moment here, I'd like to thank our sponsors once again, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, Newell Gas, Circle Supply, and Loveless Welding. They're going so fast and furious, I don't want to be interrupted.
It's getting hard to get them in.
Very logical place to start. The young man here in the yellow's got our class winner. That hog proportions extremely well. He's not only the most opened up in his body cavity, he's also the hog that's built better than the rest. He's stouter at the ground, he's better in his balance, and he's better in his lines. The young lady here in the stripes going to be next. Tall-fronted type of show Barra, just needs to pack more punch. Young man there that's going to be 3. I think a hog that does have just a shot more in the seat of his pants than our second place, but he needs to be better built when you view him from the side. Nice class. Very good class winner. Put your hands together for those kids.
First in Class 44, Maddox Thompson. Second to Lexus Zybarth. And third to Levi Klein. That brings us to our champion Yorkshire Drive. Class 45, 46. Crossbred bears, make your way to the holding pens. Class 45, 46 crossbred bears, make your way to the holding pens.
In the ring right now, Graham Wellman and Clay Snyder with their first and second place, respectively, pigs for the Yorkshire first class, second class, Maddox Thompson and Lexus Zebarth.
In my opinion, our champion Yorkshire is non-negotiable. The battle is for reserve, and there's one that's just stouter everywhere in terms of muscularity, shape, and power. Our champions comes out of the last class. Our reserve comes out of the first class. My congratulations to both of those kiddos.
Your champion Yorkshire Market Hog goes to Maddox Thompson, and reserve goes to Grant Wellman. That brings us to Class 45, our first class of crossbreds. Class 46 and 47, make your way to the holding pens.
Your first class of crossbred barrows coming in the ring, weigh from 221 to 239, exhibited by Ava Brandt, Kane Flickinger. Grayson Stevens has 2 entries in this class, so somebody else will be helping her show. And then Logan Kirkendall bringing up that class.
And Melissa, I don't think they're going to take a break between now and showmanship. I think they're just going to keep plugging along, and like
that's the way it's sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get in there before the noon.
The Grand Drive will take a little bit. So,
yeah. Trying to get in there before noon, I'm sure.
I'm looking at the actual show portion, livestock portion of it being done by noon.
Yeah.
We may be past that for showmanship, but
that's true.
And then they're going to take a longer break to give these kids a chance to catch their breath, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, these kids are going through a revolving.
I'm very comfortable with a young man on the far side to go ahead and win this particular class. He's the hog that just balances better, and while doing so, packs more punch than the rest when you get in behind him. And ideally, he could be just a shot stouter at the surface, but in the same breath, he's the best built one within this group and needs to win. The young lady in the flowered shirt is going to be next. That's a big-bodied, broad-backed one that proportions well from the side. That hog wants to step on the outside of his body wall. He's the shortest in his upper hip of our initial pair. Now the calico bear that's going to go ahead and be 3. That hog is good from the side in terms of his lines, but he simply doesn't pack enough punch when you get into him from a meat animal muscle and carcass merit standpoint. Young man's blue bear is going to be 4. Heavy-legged, very neat bear in terms of the front 1/3 of his body. He's too short in his hip, too vertical there in the set to his hock. Then the young lady's belted bear 073 is going to round us out. Carcass merit, very good in terms of cutability. The hog just needs more power and width down low. Good job to those exhibitors in our first class of cross bears.
That brings us to Class 46 crossbred hogs, Class 47, 48 crossbred bears, Class 47, 48 crossbred bears. Make your way to the holding pens.
Class 46 getting ready to come in with crossbred barrows ranging in weight 244 to 253 is going to be Finley Schoen, Creed Menon, Maddox Thompson, Mackenzie Trent, Mason Miller, and Jacob Trineri. As our showmen work the ring with their animal very meticulously, have you ever wondered how they manage to keep their heads up?
It's kind of like dribbling a basketball.
Swine usually don't keep their head up for the most part. You know, that's not. They're actually. You can tell the amount of hours these kids are putting into it because they're. You know, these animals know.
Yeah.
They're in the ring. They know they're supposed to show. We used to use marshmallows in a pipe.
Yeah.
And they could smell the marshmallows.
Once again, exhibitors, Class 46 is in the ring. Class 47, 48 cross bears. make your way to the holding pens. Also, first-year members, at the conclusion of the crossbred barrow drive, first-year members will need to make your way into the ring at the conclusion of the crossbred barrow drive.
Well, everybody wants to win. I don't think I've met too many people that want to lower standards or lose too much in my lifetime, but it takes a lot of preparation in order to be able to do that.
Of preparation and a lot of practice on the showmen themselves, just for them.
Yeah.
To know what to do and work with their animals.
Well, and sometimes, granted, it's luck of the draw, or luck of the litter in this case, but once you've got that talent, once you've got that swine that you're working with, you got to be able to put it all together as well too, and that takes a lot of preparation hours.
Well, and everybody may be wondering, why is a judge, in one corner, why is he watching from this angle, and then he'll move to a different spot, and he's not only judging the animals right now, but he's making a mental note of some of these showmen, especially the ones that stand out to him. And if these kids can handle the position that he's in, and he's switching positions to be able to see the animals on a different side, maybe from the behind, from the front, but he's making those small mental notes, of, okay, this kid stood out and has been consistent all day long. And especially a judge that's been doing this for a really long time, they just make that natural mental note. So yeah, maybe some kids don't think that showmanship is that important while you're in the ring.
Very good class of crossbred barrows, and I think the battle out here is for where you're going to put things together and where it fits in the middle of this initial 4. The hog that's the most genuine in terms of his muscle shape, he is the squarest build, he is the heaviest legged. The young lady in the blue is going to have our class winner. Where you put it together after that, for me, I think becomes rather challenging, because I think you have some value in the middle pair within this particular group. There's hog that's just got more real muscle shape. He's got more real, true, genuine muscle when you get into that particular barrow, and that's the young man there in the yellow. He's going to go ahead and be second. If I could just square him up and stouten him up going away from me, I could really get into that particular barrow. His lines, his height to shoulder is very good. This calico barrow, he looks the most manufactured. I love his lines and I love his pattern. That's very, very good. If you read his jawline and his feature down low, that particular barrow, the widest part of him is his mid-body. He needs to have more punch when you get in behind him. That particular barrow is the flattest in his stifle shape, and he is the shallowest in through his crotch. The barrow that's kind of the outlier within this particular group does have as much true shape as any, is this black-headed barrow. He is raw-backed, fit, and presented very, very well. I need to smooth him up there in his hip loin. He becomes the longest in terms of the way that his hind leg works to the negative. Maybe he wants to tuck his hind leg. He just falls out of balance for me in this particular group of 4. But a very nice barrow to be in 4. The white barrow, calico barrow that comes next, I think is a very good pig in the front 1/3 of his body. Big backed and broad in his blade. That hog's the shortest in his hip, the most out behind. Then the blue barrow that rounds us out. Very basic, just a little too plain within an exceptional class. Great class of cross barrows. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, please.
Results of Class 46. First goes to Finley Schoen. Second, Maddox Thompson. Third, Mason Miller. Fourth to Jacob Trineri. Fifth, Creed Menon. And sixth to Mackenzie Trent. That brings us to Class 47. Crossbred barrows. Class 48, 49. Crossbred barrows. Make your way to the holding area. Class 48, 49 to the holding pens. Once again, first-year members, make your way up to the show ring at the conclusion of the champion crossbred barrow drive.
Class 47 crossbred barrows entering the ring at 254 to 265. Carson Neal, Bryce Brown, Braden Hillis, Jackson Trineri, Jacob Trineri, Michaelan Bray, and Clay Snyder are your exhibitors. I have noticed this year a few of the, especially the older, more experienced showmen, using 2 whips instead of just 1.
Yeah. I think that gets a little bit easier in terms of keeping them in line, but also I think that's got to be tough on your wrist too.
Yeah.
Constantly using your dominant wrist
But it's
all morning.
It's got to help though when you're tall.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's got to help with your back. I feel so sorry for some of these kids that are tall and they have to get down so low to work with their pig that I'm kind of fascinated by that. And if you guys don't understand what I'm talking about, Carson Neal is out here. He's using 2. And just watching him, it's almost like chopsticks.
Yeah.
And his pig is just walking right in between them.
Yep, a little more control, kind of like the reins of a horse.
Yeah.
You kind of dip
Yeah, exactly.
to the right or to the left.
He's just missing the bridle.
That was always one of the funny things about when they first started teaching people on the farm how to drive. Many people were so used to driving the horses that when they tried to stop the car for the very first time, they'd yell, "Whoa," and they'd pull back on the steering wheel.
Another very good class, and a hog that just fits together. He's more elite in his look. He's more real in his shape. He's got more punch when you get in behind him is the Calico Bear. That is a wild-looking critter from the side. He's elevated up front. He's long in his look. He's a bear that's longer hipped than our second-place bear. Second-place bear is the belted bear there. I love his jaw shape and his head. I think that's a broad back to him. But when you start to study his front foot and he closes there, a bear that I want to see longer there as he steps out of his hip. The belted bear that's going to be in 3. I think a hog that's got some shape and dimension, but he reminds me there in terms of his belly. He's a plenty full bear that wants to step on the outside of his body. I need to see him stouter there in his rear joint. The blue bear that comes next, very basic, very correct there in terms of his lines. He's got muscle, but a bear that just gets outpowered down low in terms of feature. The blue bear that comes next, wild looking, and I bet at one point in time that was a very, very neat show pig. He's the shallowest and hardest bodied. He's the most vertical and the shortest in his hip of our initial 5. The red bears that come out next, very basic and good in terms of his lines. Bear that just gets outpowered. Same goes for the bear that rounds us out. Hog that just needs more just true punch and power within this particular class. But a nice class across bears. My compliments to those kids.
Winning class 47 is Jackson Trineri. Second is Carson Neal. Third goes to Braden Hillis. Fourth to Clay Snyder. Fifth to Jacob Trineri. Sixth to Michaelan Bray. And seventh to Bryce Brown. That brings us to class 48 crossbred bears. Class 49 be on the ready. Also, gilt exhibitors, start thinking about getting your gilts ready for the champion drive. After the conclusion of the crossbred bear drive, we will present the first year award, and then we will bring those gilts up there. So shortly after the crossbred bear drive, we'll present award for first years, and then we will go right into the gilt drive.
Coming in the ring, class 48, crossbred barrows exhibited by Carly Davison, Creed Menon, Kenneth Toomey, Lauren Brown, Wayne Galvin, and Maddox Thompson, ranging in weight from 272 to 277. Only a 5-pound weight difference, so it's all going to be based on structure and how that weight is distributed.
Yep, we've said several of these names throughout the past year and throughout the past couple of days at the fair, so we've got some pretty heavy hitters in this competition, in this class, definitely.
Well, and we've been hearing some of these names throughout the shows.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids are multi-species.
Well, and plus, just from a sports perspective, it's good to see Carly Davidson up walking around as well too, because
Yeah.
I know she'd been nursing a couple of injuries during the spring season, so it's good to see her up moving around,
Yeah,
getting ready to
no
go
cast.
out. Yep, no cast, getting ready to go out west.
No brace, no nothing. She's looking good. What better way to get your exercise?
Yeah.
Very good pair of cross bears on the top end of this particular class. And when you start to study them, I think they're very similar in their lines. They're very similar, where they're at from the side. One just is stouter everywhere. That's the young lady off to my right. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I love that bear's look. He's broad backed. He's big pinned. And where he has a decisive advantage is at the surface. He's stouter legged off both ends of his body. I think a very good bear to win this particular class. Young man there in the yellow has a bear that, from his lower lines up, I love his look. That is a fresh shape, very well presented and hydrated type of show bear. I love his balance and his build. He's simply the frailer bear when you start to study them down low. I'd like to just stouten his appendages, give him a shot more punch and feature down low to go ahead and win this particular class. The young man's bear that's going to be next. That bear is very basic. I love, his presentation in terms of skin and hair is very, very good. He's the plainer necked bear. He is the shortest hipped of our initial trio when you set that bear into motion. After that, I think it's up for debate in terms of where you want to put things together. The young lady does a fine job driving this particular bear. He's neat looking and very lean in his shape. He's the frailest of our initial four at the surface. I'd like to balance him a little better out of his tail there. The bear that's going to round the blue bear that's next, tons of meat animal shape and power, but a bear that needs to be built better in terms of his skeleton. Then the red spotted bear that's going to round us out. He's simply the frail plain bear within this group of six. My compliments to those kids on a job well done.
Winning class 48 is Lauren Brown. Second goes to Maddox Thompson. Third, Creed Menon. Fourth, Carly Davison. Fifth, Wayne Galvin. And sixth to Kenneth Toomey. That brings us to class 49, the final class in crossbred bears. Let's have those first and seconds from class 45, 46, 47, and 48. First and second place crossbred bears in the holding pens. Again, gilt exhibitors for your champion reserves for the Grand Champion Drive. At the conclusion of this bear drive, you need to start making your way up. We're going to have first year presentations, but we're going to be calling you guys up here at the end of this bear drive.
Class 49, last class of crossbred bears getting ready to come in the ring, exhibited by Owen Snyder, Finley Schoen, Cooper Dunn, Lauren Brown, and Scarlett Bennett, ranging in weight from 282 to 290.
They'd like to be 282 years old, that's for sure.
I don't think they would, but, I don't think I would, to be honest. See, I could not pick Swine to save my life because I can do fairly well with sheep now after all these years.
Right.
But I'm the one who used to go out and I would pick the cutest and just bring it up, and that's what I wanted.
That one looks the best.
Yeah, whatever was cute. Whichever was cute, that's the way I always picked everything. I had a gilt that was crossbred gilt that was red with spots, and she was beautiful. And nope. I kept her. I can't remember how old she was when she finally she stayed on the farm for her whole life. Her nickname was Baby. And she was nothing but a big baby. Loved potato chips. That was her snack of choice.
Well, the city slicker you're working with had guilt every Sunday morning, so so that, and probably twice on Wednesday evenings for supper too. But
my father-in-law used to get so mad at me because when a sow had way too many pigs, and sometimes it's, or you had some that were runs, little weaker, I would actually take and get kitten milk, in the can, kitten and puppy milk, and I would make bottles, and I would actually feed them.
Yep, you'd adopt them as your own.
I would adopt them, and I would raise them on bottles, and he thought I was crazy. But by George, our numbers were up.
We get out here in this last class of cross bears, and I liked him once, I like him again. He's going to be our class winner. Young lady on that side. He's the combination hog of width, power, balance, and build. He combines bone, feature, look, and balance within this particular drive. I think a nice place to go ahead and start. Out there for when we get out here for second in this particular class, I think there's a bear that more closely follows our class winner. I'd like to bring him in from behind, but he's more my speed from the side. He's more elevated up front. He's a longer hip type of show bear. Doesn't have that feature, want to suck his hock in just a shade from behind, but this young man's bear is going to go ahead and be second. Young lady's blue bear, man, that thing is powerful on the top side of his body. He's got really large limbs. He's he's the shortest and roundest there out of his hip. He's a bear that wants to close as he comes at you. But man, he's got power, he's got bone, he's got feature. Maybe just not my speed today. Young man on the far side's blue bear is going to be 3. I think that bear has got shape, he's got muscle, a bear that I need to see squared up. The young lady's black bear, practical production type of show pig, just needs more punch and power. Nice class to round us out. Put your hands together for those kids.
Winning class 49 is Lauren Brown. Second goes to Cooper Dunn. Third to Finley Schoen. Fourth to Owen Snyder. And fifth to Scarlett Bennett. That brings us to our champion crossbred bearer drive. If you have a champion, reserve champion gilt, start making your way up here. If you have a champion or reserve champion gilt, start making your way to the holding pens.
Our champion crossbred barrow drive is going to feature Logan Kirkendall from the
Also,
first
if you are a first-year member in the Swine Barn, if you're a first-year member in the Swine Barn, start making your way up here towards the show arena. After the conclusion of this drive, we will have a presentation for the first-year members.
Finley Schoen will be coming out from class 46, the second class of crossbred barrows. Jackson Trineri from class 47. Lauren Brown from class 48, and also Lauren Brown from class 49. So she's going to have 2 of them out there. So she'll have a substitute showman.
Been a very good crossbred barrow show, and I think it comes down to a trio of them when you start to study, quality and where it all fits together. The combination hog that's ready to play and ready to win. Maybe the first time I've ever used a hog 3 times in a pig show. Young lady's belted bear is going to be champion. We dropped the second out in that particular class, and that is a broad-chested, tall-shouldered type of show bear. You need to watch him where he is from behind. I think there's another one that's just too unique to leave out. Young Ladies Blueberry is going to be reserved.
Your reserve champion, your champion, crossbred bearer goes to Lauren Brown, and your reserve champion to Finley Schoen. Tamworth, I have. I don't know. I don't know. First year 4-H members, make your way into the ring here. First year 4-H members in the swine barn, make your way here. I would be Billy Brandt, Wayne Galvin, Finley Griffin, Laney Hamilton, Taylor Hillis, Brentley Morris, Evelyn Russ, Laura Dale Shepard, Rhett Snyder, Kenneth Toomey, Hunter Wellman, and Lindsay Zybarth. Make your way into the show arena, first year members.
Good morning. Congratulations, first year 4-H members in the Swine Club. We, the Rural family, would like to continue a tradition of honoring Larry. Many of you knew Larry quite well. Some of you had no idea. But I can assure you one thing, if there was a hog show, he was probably there. If there was a 4-H event, he was probably there. If there was an FFA event, he was probably there. He believed very strongly in supporting youth. And we would like to give out the second year Larry J. Rural Memorial to you first year swine kids. And I can tell you there's going to be lots of things that you're going to learn in 4-H. And I'd like you to go back when you get done here and thank your parents, your grandparents, or whoever helped you get here and get you started, and thank them for what they've done for you. This organization, this particular avenue of swine, will get you a lot of places. Me and my sister, my boys, my sister's boys, it's been very good to us, and we've met lots of people across the United States. There's been days that we've shaken our head and like, why are we doing this? Just remember, it's not all about roses. There's going to be days that you're not going to like it, but use that as a teaching and learning experience to better you to down the road. And in 9 years, I hope all of you are back here to be a 10-year swine member. If you would, please help me congratulate these kids. We've presented them with buckets, brushes, whips, and some hair conditioning for this first year. Larry Rule will be proud to see this many first-year swine club members.
All right, Guild exhibitors, let's bring those champion and reserves up here to the ring. Champion and reserve gilts. Also, those bearers will move in fairly quickly after the gilt drive here. So if you have a champion reserve bearer, be on the ready as well. Also, 10-year members. At the conclusion of the gilt drive, 10-year members come into the show ring. At the conclusion of the gilt drive, 10-year members come into the ring. Let's go ahead and get those champion and reserve gilts up here to the holding area.
As he said, it is almost time for the grand drive. I'm sure we'll be taking a break in between the grand drives before showmanship, get these kids a little bit of a chance to catch their breath and maybe stand in front of a fan for a moment. It's really, the show arena is fairly comfortable, but I haven't been back in the barns, so I don't know what it's like back in the barns right now. Even with all the fans going and in the shade and everything, it's still going to be quite warm.
Well, the grandstand is absolutely packed.
Yeah,
and
we're packed all the way around
yeah.
this arena. The peanut section back behind, we got people watching from there. We got a crowd behind us.
Yeah.
And like you said, the stands are full. There are some people actually trying to brave the sun a little bit and stepping back and forth in and out of the sun at the big doors, and many people with little fans and little portable fans are using their programs as fans. And I don't know, have you checked lately to see what the temperature and what the humidity is like out there?
Oh, I'm sure it's got to be getting up into the mid to upper 80s at the very least. Yeah, right now, city of Frankfort, 85 degrees. Currently feels like 94 degrees. We're expecting a high of 90. Might have a little bit of cloud sharing this afternoon, which that'll help keep the temperatures as low as they possibly can, but
might
still
actually help create a little bit of a breeze out there, because there is, once you get out of the barn with the fans, there's no breeze.
Yeah, but
it's pretty stagnant air out there.
Well, and plus, about 5 o'clock tonight when we start the goat show, it's going to feel like 98 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Too, so it's going to be warm all night tonight.
We want to thank our sponsors for letting us be here: Newell Gas, Circle Supply, Loveless Welding, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, also AMVC Swine Health Services, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County. All those great people helping us be here to bring you the Swine Show. Getting ready for the grand drive, so while they're bringing them up, I'm going to attempt to buzz through this. Maybe I can get through it before Ricky picks up his mic, although he's got it in his hand, so I may be...
He's at the ready, I think.
Yeah, I think he's about ready to go. I think the judge is ready to go.
Yep.
So...
Get him in, get him out, cool him down.
Yeah, exactly. Our queen and all her little helpers over there getting all set up with the banners, and it was just cute as can be watching them do that at the sheep show.
Yeah, definitely check out ClintonCountyDailyNews.com for those great photos. My goodness.
Yeah.
Cute as can be, and thank you to all the families for sharing photos with us. We certainly appreciate it.
And thank you to MJ for making sure she's getting everything up as fast as we can get it to her, and keeping all those fair results coming in from the various superintendents.
Yeah, I have a feeling that MJ is not going to be wanting when it comes to photos from this week. That is for certain.
Yeah, she's been doing a great job, and her kids actually compete in 4-H in the barns, or in the building up front, and in building projects, so she's been trying to do double duty and swing out here.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get our reserve champion gilts out here first. Out of the Berkshire division, your reserve champion goes to Victoria Vanderball. Your reserve champion, Chester, goes to Finley Griffin. Your reserve champion, Duroc, to Kendall Flickinger. Your reserve champion, Hampshire, goes to Jackson Shoup. Your reserve champion, Hereford, to Mackenzie Julian. Your reserve champion, Landrace, to Carson Neal. Your reserve champion, Poland, is Cadence Davis. Your reserve champion, Spot, to Adeline Klein. Your reserve champion, Tamworth, to Laney Hamilton. Your reserve champion, Yorkshire, Graham Wellman. And your reserve champion, Crossbred, goes to Finley Griffin.
I think this is one of the first times I've ever seen him bring the reserves in first. I don't think I've ever seen a judge do that, bring the reserve champions in first. I think the reason why they're doing that is giving him a chance to see them for a second time, because they will actually come back in the ring. They're going out now. They will actually come back in if their champion is picked, then they will come in. We're going to be doing top 5 gilts.
All right, for your champions, out of the Berkshire division, your champion is Olivia Ritchie. Out of the Chester division is Jackson Shoup. Your champion, Duroc, Grayson Stevens. Your champion, Hampshire, Creed Menon. Your champion, Hereford Gilt, Olivia Ritchie. Your champion, Landrace Gilt, Finley Schoen. Your champion, Poland Gilt, Olivia Ritchie. Your champion, Spot Gilt, Finley Griffin. Your champion, Tamworth Gilt, Levi Klein. Your champion, Yorkshire Gilt, Jackson Shoup. And your champion, Crossbred, goes to Finley Schoen. Barry exhibitors, start making your way up. Reserve champions preferably first. Also, tenure members, be on the ready.
Well, folks, the only thing that's hotter than the temperature has been this gilt show. And my thunder was stolen, rightfully so, when we talked about those first-year members. The heartbeat of agriculture starts at your county fair. The future of agriculture is at your county fair. And you kids out here in the ring and back in the barn probably don't understand all of the different pieces and parts that go into putting these shows together. And you also don't understand that these are your lifetime friends that you have right here. And I said this once, I'll say it every time I judge a county fair. There is no better place to raise young people than at a stock show, ever. We just talked about it in our first place. I'm a product of it. My wife's a product of it. Her parents are. My parents are. My kids will be. My nieces and nephews will be as well. Folks, we'll do this for the Bears. We'll do this for the Gilts. You've heard me talk. I've been trying to be pretty efficient. But if you're able, please stand up. We're going to do two things. You see this crew putting this show on back here? Give them a round of applause. It is an absolutely thankless job to put on a show of this magnitude and time and effort. They deserve all of that. And then when I select your champion, I want you to be as loud and as proud. Whether you know the kid, don't like the pig or whatever, I don't care. They've earned the right to remember that chill that goes down their spine from when they were selected champion. It is a memory I'll forever cherish of winning our state fair and our county fair, only one time each time, but I will remember those cheers and that loud, that feeling. We do it for the Bears, we're going to do it for the Gilts. I want you to be loud, I want to feel chills. I don't do this for the money. I darn sure don't do it because I got nothing else to do. We do it because this is the future of agriculture, and we do this because that excitement and that joy to do it. Our champion, guys, fire him up real quick. Our champion is undeniable, in my opinion. It is absolutely like bringing a 40-20 to a pedal pull. Folks, one of the better ones I've gotten to tie at a county fair. Be loud and proud. Young Ladies Cross is our grand. We dropped that reserve cross in, and man, I thought she's good. I still think she's got life left in her. I hope she goes on and does big things, because young lady, you've got our reserve. Congratulations. I'll put the mic down and tick your 3 through 5. I think it's been a very good show. Again, thank you, Clinton County. We'll do your Bears here in a minute. Congratulations. Your grand champion guild goes to Finley Schoen. Your reserve grand champion to Finley Griffin. 3rd overall to Jackson Shoup. And 4th and 5th overall to Olivia Ritchie. 10-year members. Ashton Abbott, Lauren Brown, Carter Klein, Lauren Davis, Carly Davison, Maddie Ford, Creed Menon, Grayson Stevens, Jackson Trineri, Cody Pickard, and Emily Coker. Make your way into the ring. 10-year members, make your way into the ring. Barra exhibitors, your champion reserves, let's start bringing those up and get them into their holding pens. 10-year members in the ring. Champion and reserve Barras in the holding pens.
Great show so far with our grand champion drive for our guilds, getting ready for a grand champion drive with our barrows, getting all the reserves and champions up here from all the breeds. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for letting us be here. Newell Gas, Healthy Communities of Clinton County, AMVC Swine Health Services, Circle Supply, Culligan Water of Boone and Clinton County, and Loveless Welding. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you this broadcast of the 2026 Clinton County 4-H Swine Show, and we're not done yet. We have the grand jive for the barrows, and then we'll be back with showmanship. And watching these kids show all day, it has been fantastic, and it's going to be a tough competition.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the 10-year members lined up at the ready, too. Mixed emotions for sure.
Many of these kids are actually going to be moving on in agricultural studies, which is kind of cool as well.
10-year members come here into the ring. We have a short presentation. 10-year members come here into the ring. All right, people in the background by the holding pens and just outside the barn have been asked, if you are not with the champion reserve, please come out away from there. We're running out of space to get pigs in and out and into the barn. So if you are not involved with the champion reserve, please make your way out from behind the holding pens.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take a moment here before we do the Zach Caldwell Memorial Award to recognize all of our 10-year members that have been involved in the swine barn. If you could, please give each and every one of these kids a round of applause. And at the same time, we'd like to thank our judge, Doug Albright, for making his way down from Michigan to do a great job of working with our kids and letting them have some fun. So let's give him a round of applause, please. Now, as many of you know, back in 2017, we lost a friend and a teammate and a classmate and a kid that absolutely loved the swine barn. He was a friend of so many of these kids. He was a mentor to the younger kids. Anytime there was something to be done to help out, Zach was always one to jump right in and help. And being a classmate of our daughter and Joey and Jana's sons, and we decided each year we wanted to honor a kid that exemplified what Zachary was to our community and what 4-H was all about. And he was a kid that loved his Duroc Bears and loved his Duroc Gilts and a few goats here and there, but he really loved the swine barn and he really loved to help people. And he was just a kid that taught everybody what 4-H was about. So that's kind of what we've based this award on every year. And this year, we're proud to say it's a 10-year member. This year's winner, Creed Menon.
Can you feel the tension?
Just a tad.
Just a tad. Great. I mean, thank you to all those who helped sponsor the Zachary Caldwell Award. Again, a young man that was very special. Lost way too soon in a farm accident, unfortunate farm accident, and just a great way to honor him. Tomorrow night we'll be honoring, we saw all the 10-year swine members. Tomorrow night we're going to be honoring all the 10-year members of 4-H. And I believe we have right around 30.
Yep.
So
got a big class this year.
Big class. Big class of 10-year members, and that's a lot. And many of those kids were also in minis. So they actually have more than the 10 years. They have the pre-4-H years as well. That's a lot of dedication, not only from the kids, but also parents, grandparents, anybody else involved in their 4-H
All right,
careers.
there was a calico crossbred hog that was running through the barn that's been put into the wash rack into a shaded area. But if you had a calico cross, Barra, I believe it was, you might want to go check your pins.
Oh, somebody found out how to pick the lock. Hey, don't laugh. Don't laugh. We had one that used to jump the gates. We actually had to put extensions on the gates.
All right, let's start our champion Barra drive for reserve champion Berkshire, Grayson Stevens. Your reserve champion Chester, Cody Pickard. Your reserve champion Duroc Barra goes to Lauren Davis. Your reserve champion Hampshire to Braden Hillis. Your reserve champion Hereford to Carson Neal. Your reserve champion Landrace to Wesley Wainscott. Your reserve champion Poland to Kendall Osler. Your reserve champion Spot to Lauren Brown. Your reserve champion Tamworth to Evelyn Russ. Your reserve champion Yorkshire to Graham Wellman. And your reserve champion Crossbred goes to Finley Schoen.
That final introduction of the reserve champions. Now we're going to come down to the champions and introduce them and bring them back into the ring for our grand champion barrow drive. Judge will pick the top 5 again in the grand champion barrows.
All right, now for our champions. Our champion Berkshire Barra goes to Lauren Brown. Our champion Chester goes to Maddox Thompson. Our champion Duroc Barra goes to Jackson Trineri. Our champion Hampshire Barra goes to Creed Menon. Champion Hereford Barra goes to Olivia Ritchie. Champion Landrace Barra, Jacob Trineri. Your champion Poland Barra goes to Alex Davison. Your champion spot goes to Grayson Stevens. Your champion Tamworth Bear goes to McKaylin Bray. Your champion Yorkshire goes to Maddox Thompson. And your champion Crossbred goes to Lauren Brown.
Well, folks, it's been a very, very good pig show. We'll flip things around real quick. You showmen, put your hands together and thank every one of these parents, okay? You showmen, thank the parents, okay? Because without those parents and those people behind you, you can't get anywhere, let alone to school or a practice. But more significantly, and until you're a parent, you're not going to appreciate the effort, the time, the money that it takes to do it. But remember what we talked about, okay? Enjoy your time at the country fair. Very few places in this world or this country do we honor the 10-year members. Indiana does that. I think that is incredible. Remember, we started this day with the national anthem. We remember why we're here and what we're doing it for. The last time, if you're able, please stand up. Thank you to the show committee. Thank you to the opportunity to come and do one of the long-standing and legendary county fairs in the state of Indiana. I jumped at that opportunity. Folks, fire these up. We've had a very, very good pig show. Our champion comes out of an incredible division. Young lady right here, you've got him. We dropped the reserve cross in, and he's certainly on his way up. And is he ready to battle that one in terms of weight and ready to go? I don't know, but he's still the second best one. Congratulations, young lady. Folks, that's the last time you're going to hear me talk until showmanship. But again, give everybody and all these kids a huge, huge round of applause as you guys sit down.
Your grand champion market hog, congratulations to Lauren Brown. Your reserve champion goes to Finley Schoen. 3rd overall, Maddox Thompson. 4th overall goes to Jackson Trineri. And 5th overall goes to Lauren Brown. All right, showmanship exhibitors. Let's go ahead and get a 5-minute call for that first class of showmanship, the novice division. Let's go ahead and get those first-year novice division showmen up here to the show ring for the first class of showmanship.
So much for my thoughts that they might give them a little more of a breather than that. They are not. It is going to go right after roughly a 5-minute break. So we're going to take that 5-minute break with them to stretch our legs just a little bit. We're seeing a lot of the crowd is doing the same, just getting up and stretching their legs, and then we'll go right back into showmanship here at the 2026 Clinton County 4-H Swine Show.
Newell Gas in Michigantown is sharing some of the great reasons to use propane. For example, did you know propane is an approved clean energy source under the Clean Air Act of 1990? Or that propane is incredibly efficient? It heats faster, saving on energy costs. And propane is green. It generates less greenhouse gas than electricity. At Newell Gas, they're your local propane experts for residential, farm, business, or small tank service. Visit newellgas.com or stop by Newell Gas today.
When it comes to keeping your car running right, trust the team that's got your back, Big O Tires. Located on State Road 39 in Lebanon, Big O does it all. Oil changes, alignments, tire rotations, brakes, and more. Whether you're prepping for a road trip or just tackling that overdue maintenance, the certified technicians at Big O Tires will get the job done right the first time. Check them out on Facebook for exclusive deals and updates. Next time your vehicle needs a little love, head over to Big O Tires in Lebanon and talk to manager Lauren and owner Alan. Big O Tires is the team you trust.
Hey, Culligan Man! Hi, it's Lori from Culligan Water of Clinton and Boone County, inviting you to come check out our many filtration systems.
Culligan Water of Clinton and Boone County, locally owned and operated.
Hey, Culligan Man!
It's the sizzle of handcrafted pork burgers, the robust tang of Shoups' signature barbecue sauce. It's the delight of pulling apart tender, slow-cooked ribs, or the joy of sharing gourmet popcorn with loved ones. It's the taste of tradition. From Shoups Family Kitchen to yours, it's the wholesome variety of Shoups Country Foods. We believe you'll savor every bite. Explore our country store at State Road 39 south of Frankfort or visit us online at shoupscountry.com.
Membership with Solidarity Community Federal Credit Union is a whole lot easier with our new state-of-the-art ATM located just off State Road 28 by Jimmy John's. Find out more at solfcu.org. Solidarity Community Federal Credit Union. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
Solidarity Community.
Sam I Am Carpet Cleaners, they're not a new name in the business, they're the name in the business. They offer top-notch carpet and upholstery cleaning, deodorizing, and mold remediation for both commercial and residential spaces.
If your carpets need some help, give us a call at 765-327-8828. We're not just clean, we're the experts of clean.
Waiting and waiting to see a surgeon? Not at Witham Health Services. Our surgeons offer next-day appointments. They deliver a full range of surgery options and the latest minimally invasive options for shorter hospital stays and faster recoveries, so your life isn't kept on hold. Expert surgeons, express scheduling, close to you. Witham Health Services.
once the storms have come and gone, and it's time to put back the pieces. You might have lots of questions, but one of them shouldn't be who to turn to. Trust your roof to a contractor who cares, one who's part of an exclusive network of roofing professionals. Trust your roof to a member of the Owens Corning Independent Network of Roofing Contractors.
Ever wonder what it's like not to have a team behind you? Hello, Fletcher, Trey, Oscar, Coach. Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. But luckily, with Braden Business Systems, you'll never have to worry about that. From expert IT support to printers that don't quit on you, Team Braden is always ready to back you up. I know what it means to count on your team. That's why I'm proud to be a part of Team Braden, a trusted partner for IT services, printers, and copiers. Contact Team Braden today and partner with us.
Welty Exteriors, a Frankfort, Indiana tradition for over 80 years. They're experts in both commercial and residential roofing and use only the best materials.
Call us today at 765-654-7231 or visit us online at weltyexteriors.com.
The Frankfort VFW is now smoke-free and open to the public. Stop in and take a chance for big money on one of the 5 new ETAB machines, or stop in for bingo Thursday nights. Find VFW Post 1110 on Facebook for more details on concerts, activities, and events. VFW Frankfort now smoke-free and open to the public, featuring 5 new ETAB machines.
At Wesley Manor, life is lived fully at your pace. Nestled on 83 scenic acres in Frankfort, Indiana, we offer independent living, assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing, all in one community. Wesley Manor. Peaceful living, vibrant life.
Marchand's Window Tinting in Antioch has been sticking it where the sun shines for years, featuring cutting-edge industry products, expert installation, and the lowest prices on window tint, no matter what you drive. Call 765-654-5073 to schedule your appointment, or stop out to 4015 South State Road 39 in Antioch. Your first place is home, your second place is work. Coca, located on the square in Frankfort, wants to be your third place, a place to relax alone or with friends.
All right, tons of pictures being taken back behind us. We are now back up and going with our novice, which means first-year showman, in the ring right now. And I don't know if I can name them all off or not.
Here in our first division, we're going to move pretty swift. And I've seen these kids, and how you presented yourself all day certainly matters to this evaluator. If we get out here in this drive, there's a pair that, from an eye contact and ring awareness, they're very, very good. But our champion is undeniable. Young lady right here is going to be our champion.
Congratulations, your champion beginner showman is Finley Griffin. That brings us to our juniors. So juniors, make your way here into the ring. Intermediates, make your way to the holding pins. Intermediate showmen, make your way to the holding pins. Juniors, continue on your way. We're about to start your class. Junior, intermediate showmen to the holding pins.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of those kids were back here getting pictures taken. So
yep.
I know that 5-minute break.
Yeah, that was a long 5 minutes.
Turned into about 25, but, you know, they don't think about that when they're trying to plan that stuff. it takes a minute for these kids to make it back around, and it's not like hogs are on a lead and you can just pull them and bring them around to, the next stop. You got to walk them all the way back and then all the way back up, and it's a lot to make the rounds. It's like a track.
Yep. And you said it earlier that the judge is making mental notes throughout the entire process too. It's not just this portion. Sometimes it'll be something that just sticks out a little bit to them.
Yeah, and like I said, part of the reason why he moves around the ring during the show itself is so he can see the animals at different angles.
Right.
But he's also checking to see just how well their handlers do.
Mm-hmm.
Making those mental notes for showmanship. And there are those kids that just stand out when they're showing.
Right.
So those mental notes are easy to make. Finley Griffin, our novice champion, has decided to come back in for junior.
Yep, got a nice little bag, I think, as her prize.
And she's already made it back around, and she's in the pen and ready to go. Getting a little bit of advice I can see from Dad. Dad behind her. Chad Griffin, he's a 10-year 4-H member. Mom, Lauren, was also a 10-year 4-H member.
Little bit of knowledge in that family then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both her grandpas, ag teachers. So, and both Rossville ag teachers.
Yep. Yep, I tried not to mention his name because he's like Beetlejuice. You say that guy's name 3 times, he shows up and gives you a hug and pinches you.
Well, I was looking in the stand because normally he comes and finds me. So I'm trying to figure out where they have him contained. Of course, we're talking about Dale Griffin.
Dale Griffin.
Yes, we all love Dale. And, of course, her other grandpa, Jesse Davis.
Yep.
Who is an ag teacher at Rossville. So
I remember many years ago, that was and still is a well-oiled machine.
Yes, very much so.
Lindsay Buck had some very big boots to fill when she took over for Dale, but she has done very well.
Done a fantastic job.
Intermediate showmen, the juniors are entering into the ring, so intermediate showmen, make your way to the holding area. Senior showmen, be on deck and ready.
Yeah, Lindsay Buck was very heavily involved in Rossville's FFA, and her husband Ethan Buck as well. So, rich tradition all over the county.
Oh yeah, Emily Cheney Russ.
Oh yes, don't get that wrong. Do not get that wrong. That child will throw something at you.
Was actually a Clinton Prairie student, big FFA and Clinton County 4-H, and now she's the ag teacher at Clinton Prairie. And then we have 3 teachers at Clinton Central. Austin Orem, who's a 10-year 4-H member, former president of the FFA at Clinton Central, and now is back teaching at Clinton Central. And then, of course, I mentioned Rick Burns from Carroll FFA and Carroll 4-H, Carroll County 4-H, and now a teacher at Clinton Central.
We get back out here for this particular division. I'll put them through a few more things as we get older and more experience. I shortened that ring down, and the difference between our champion and reserve was our champion wanted to get shown, and the other one wanted to kind of stay behind me and not get herself there in front. Young lady with a calico is going to be our champion.
Your champion junior showman is Mason Miller. All right, senior showman, intermediates are about to enter the ring. So senior showman, start making your way up to the holding area. Intermediates about to enter the ring. Seniors, make your way to the holding area.
All right, Mason's choosing to come back in for intermediate, so she's going to pin her pig and get ready to come back out.
The plot thickens and the tension mounts for sure.
Little tougher class out here right now. And you'll see they not only they open, they let themselves out, they also have to make sure that they close their gate behind them. They're waiting for the judge to signal them to come out. You don't want to enter the ring until the judge is ready for you to enter the ring. Again, these are intermediates. Basically junior high age, unless they have, as in Mason's case, moved up by winning the class below it, or the younger class.
Attention in the barns, just a reminder, if you have not filled out your auction cards, those are due tonight by 8 p.m. They need to be completed and turned into the mini barn. If you have not completed your auction card and are planning on participating in the auction, those need to be completed and turned into the mini barn by 8 p.m.
It got tougher real quick. Everybody out here, I mean, you guys have really brought your game. And for me, guys, the real big determining factor is where our ring placement, where we're putting ourselves. And our champion had me from hello. From the moment that I turned around to get ready to judge this class, our champion was locked in. And her eye contact has not stopped at one time. She's maneuvered. She's handled it. She's been smooth. She's our champion. Young lady here in the green.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate showman is Mackenzie Julian. That brings us to our senior in our final division of the day. Let's go ahead and put our hands together one more time for Mr. Doug Albright for joining us here in Clinton County today.
Mackenzie's decided to move on. She's just got herself in the pen. She's giving her pig a quick drink and missed down and getting ready to come right back in. We've now moved to the senior division, which is our high school age, freshmen through seniors, unless they have moved up by winning intermediate, in which that case we have a couple of our showmen that have done that, Maddox Thompson and also now Mackenzie Julian. We have a couple of our showmen that have done that, Maddox Thompson and also now Mackenzie Julian.
The ability to stick out, but not like a sore thumb.
Yep.
On full display.
Well, and like he said, eye contact is a lot, but you also have to make sure that you let that judge see all four sides of your animal. We have fantastic showmen in here. This is probably one of the toughest classes of showmen I've seen. And you don't want to get too close. You don't want to be right on top of the judge. You want to have that animal out where the judge can get a good view of it. But he's also checking to see if you're watching him. He's watching eye contact. Whether or not he can see those animals.
Our crowd has dissipated slightly. Maybe the heat's got to them, but the showmen are absolutely incredible. And not to deter from the quality of the pig show, but our showmen, in my opinion, have been better. And that's a kudos to you in Clinton County and how incredible and deep they are. I don't know if they got kids or not, but if you want to look at that Supreme Showman list right there, that is the who's who of the state of Indiana in terms of stockmen. An ability who have won, raised good ones, and competed at the highest level. my compliments and kudos to this county. That's absolutely incredible. We get out, yeah, round of applause. There's 2 showmen out here. There's a lot. I mean, my 5, and I'll shake them in that order, have been very, very locked in. Our champion's been the most locked in from an eye contact, ring awareness. Our reserve, just a little less in terms of their, their intensity. They're not as locked in as our champion. They're very subtle. But they have been the 2 that have been in a different place, in a different part. And it's not a gate opening contest, but they're the smoothest about how they do it when they get, and they did it in different ways. Some of you just not as locked in, not as smooth, not as speedy getting to the place that they need to get to. I think it's close. It's subtle. I'll pick your champion. Clinton County, it's been a blast. God bless, and we'll see you guys down the road.
Congratulations, your champion senior showman goes to Mackenzie Julian. That concludes our swine show for today.
No, it doesn't, because we have masters. Unless we don't have any other masters.
I don't think we
and
do.
If we don't, then that automatically moves Mackenzie up to masters, because Grayson won last year. And I believe our other master showman may have graduated. So if that's the case, then Mackenzie automatically moves up to masters.
Yep. You are absolutely correct in that.
Yeah. So, and truly deserved. I mean, that kid works so hard. Works very hard in all her species. So that's going to wrap it up for us. And 12:36.
12:36.
Missed it by a half an hour.